Simple technologies have provided the impetus for human civilization to progress through the ages. These technologies have helped humankind harness the bounties of nature without affecting its delicate balance. Though all productive sectors have assimilated modern technologies, traditional techniques are still in vogue, helping the marginalized make a living. Converting clamshells into quicklime and slaked lime is one such indigenous technology. Backwaters and rivers that span the length and breadth of Kerala are rich in a variety of aquatic life, including clams. Clams are bivalve mollusks. Besides being a rich source of food, they are a primary raw material in Kerala for the production of lime-based products. Nearly 65% of the annual clam collection belongs to the species Bilorita ceprinoides, commonly known as black clams. Another variety that is rich in protein and used for edible purposes is the white clam. Also serving as a raw material for producing quicklime and slaked lime, it belongs to the species Meretrix castor. Thousands of people living by these water bodies are gainfully employed in the collection and processing of clams. Live clams collected in the backwaters have to be first boiled in water to separate the meat from the shells. It is these meat-free shells that serve as the raw material for lime-based products. The major source for the production of quicklime and slaked lime are the deposits of subfossilized clams found in the Vembanad Lake, adjoining the districts of Ernakulam, Alappuzha and Kottayam. These subfossil deposits that form the bulk of the resources have accumulated here through the centuries as the dead remains of the once living population of clams. Subsoil deposits are also found on land adjacent to the backwaters and estuaries. Often, these deposits are excavated from a depth of over 15 feet. Due to bleaching over a long period of time, these shells lose their black color and appear dull white. These shells are processed in traditional well-shaped kilns known locally as Nurthukudams. The kilns have an opening at the base to blow air. The channels that radiate from the opening smoothen air circulation throughout the kiln. Over the channels, iron rods and tile pieces are placed to prevent the shells from choking the channels. Over these, a layer of dried coconut shell and husk is placed. This serves as the primary fuel. Over this fuel base, a layer of clams is spread, followed by a layer of charcoal. And above it, alternate layers of clams and coconut husk are placed to fill the kiln. Once the filling is done, the kiln is fired. A hand-operated blower provides the oxygen needed for burning the fuel to generate heat. The heat so generated triggers an endothermic reaction. In this endothermic reaction, calcium carbonate gets converted to carbon dioxide and to calcium oxide, which is known as quicklime. The processing of clam shells in the kilns varies depending upon the quality of quicklime required. When the end product of quicklime is intended for agricultural purposes, only charcoal is used as fuel. The quicklime thus produced has several uses. One major use is in the purification of well water. When water is added to quicklime, that is, calcium oxide, an exothermic reaction occurs. This reaction yields calcium hydroxide, commonly known as slaked lime. Slaked lime is used for a variety of purposes. One common application is the whitewashing of buildings. The alkaline nature of the slaked lime helps neutralize the acidity of soil. Therefore, it is used in plantations and other cultivable lands to maintain the desirable pH value of the soil. To overcome the extreme acidity of paddy fields, farmers since generations have been using slaked lime. Farmers usually take the cue from the iron sulfide scum on the surface of the water, an indication of high acidity, and apply slaked lime. A time-tested soil management practice indeed. Slaked lime is also used as a purifying agent for preparing certain Ayurvedic medicines. For instance, slaked lime is used to free the herb Plumbago indica, commonly known as Chetti Koduveli, of its acidic content. With the passage of time and the development of modern technology, clams have found industrial applications too. For industrial purposes, clams are excavated from backwaters using heavy dredgers. The shells are sucked and discharged into a screening plant using a centrifugal pump. Then, the shells are passed through a revolving stream that separates the shells from the sludge. The cleaned clams are collected in large barges to be carried to the production units. At the Travancore Cement Limited at Kottayam, clam shells are used in the manufacture of white cement. Here, first the shells are ground with sand in the ball mill. White clay is another ingredient in making white cement. For this purpose, clay is made into a slurry and is transferred into a raw mill where the shells, sand and clay are finely ground and transferred to the rotary kiln. In the kiln, this mixture is heated at about 1500 degrees Celsius to produce clinker. To the clinker, gypsum is added, and these are then ground together to yield white cement, for which there is a steady demand in the domestic market. Another industry where clamshells are used is that of the newspaper industry. At the Hindustan Newsprint Limited at Vellore in Kottayam district, limeshell is the raw material used in the making of sodium hydroxide, an essential ingredient in digesting wood and bamboo to produce pulp. For this, the shells are cleaned and fed through conveyor belts to the rotary kiln. Here, it is heated to about 830 degrees Celsius to produce calcium oxide or quicklime. The calcium oxide is transferred to the causticizing plant where it is mixed with sodium carbonate to obtain sodium hydroxide and calcium carbonate. The sodium hydroxide thus produced is used for making paper pulp. The calcium carbonate, thus recovered in the process, is refed into the kiln to obtain calcium oxide. This kind of recovery and recycling of calcium carbonate helps conserve clamshell resources. The integration of modern technology with traditional know-how. This forms the bedrock of Kerala's successful clamshell industry today.
Welcome to the session of Organization of Knowledge in Libraries, Library Classification. In this session, we will discuss the remaining part of normative principles, canons for work in the idea plane. Canons for chain. The process of division of knowledge should proceed from general to specific, forming a sequence of subordinate classes. This sequence of subordinate classes is called a chain of classes. It leads us to an ultimate class from an original universe. The formation of chain of classes should be properly regulated. Each chain of classes must satisfy the requirements of the two canons. First one, canon of decreasing extension. The canon states, while moving down a chain from its first link to its last, the extension of the classes or the ranked isolates, as the case may be, should decrease and the intension should increase at each step. The term extension denotes the scope of a subject. It is measured by the number of entities comprised in the class or by the area covered by the subject. Intension refers to the specificity of the meaning of a class. It can be determined by the number of characteristics used to derive the class from the original universe. As an example, zoology is a class of greater extension, whereas cat is a class of smaller extension, but greater intension as shown on the screen. Zoology, vertebrates, mammals, cat family, domestic cats. Domestic cats is a subdivision of zoology arrived at by applying 4 characteristics successively. We can see that the above chain satisfies the canon of decreasing extension. Second one, canon of modulation. This canon states a chain of classes or of ranked isolates should comprise one class or one ranked isolate, as the case may be, of each and every order that lies between the orders of the first link and the last link of the chain. Canon of decreasing extension explains how do we form a chain. Canon of modulation insists what should be included in a chain. Application of the canon can be made clear by the following illustration. Suppose we derive a chain of geographical entities considering world as the first link, original universe, and Thenipalam as the last link. In the progressive classification of the geographical area world, we arrive at Thenipalam by using all the required characteristics. The chain shown on the screen contains all the links between the first and the last. Entity, world, link 1, characteristic used, original universe. Entity, Asia, link 2, characteristic used, by continent. Entity, India, link 3, characteristic used, by country. And finally, entity Thenipalam, link 7, characteristic used, by village. This chain is a modulated chain. Even if we exclude one of the links between the first and the last, the remaining entities result into a chain and it satisfies the canon of decreasing extension but violates the canon of modulation. Violation of the canon of modulation will result in missing links in the progressive subordination. This will create problems in subject cataloging and indexing. Canons for filiatory sequence. In the progressive classification, each class will be coordinated to some other classes and at the same time it may be a subordinate or superordinate link of some other classes. This situation is called the array and chain relationships among classes. The two canons for filiatory sequence insist that a scheme of library classification should clearly identify both coordinate and subordinate classes of any class and they should be arranged among themselves according to their filiatory relationship. The first canon corresponds to subordinate classes and the second is related to coordinate classes. First one, canon for subordinate classes. According to this canon, when the array and chain relationships among classes are transferred into a linear sequence, the subordinate classes should immediately follow their superordinate class. Second, canon of coordinate classes. This canon says that in a coalesced array, two consecutive classes should not be separated from each other by any class other than the subordinate classes of the first class. Let us assume that the original universe is denoted by 0 and the classes of order 1 are A, B, C. Let us also assume that the classes of order 2 are A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, C1, C2, C3. Further, there are classes of order 3 which are denoted as B11 and B12. Then the coalesced array would consist of the various classes in the following sequence: 0, A, A1, A2, A3, B, B1, B11, B12, B2, C, C1, C2, C3. According to the canon of subordinate classes, B1, B11 and B12 should immediately follow class B as shown on the screen. According to the canon of coordinate classes, B1 and B2 should not be separated from each other by any class other than B11 and B12, having B1 as their common immediate universe. Principles of helpful sequence in an array. The canon of helpful sequence insists that some guiding principles should be used to arrange the isolates in an array. Dr. Ranganathan enumerated the following principles for this purpose. First one, principle of later in time. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates have originated in different times, they should be arranged in a parallel progressive time sequence except when any other overwhelming consideration rules it out. Second, principle of later in evolution. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates belong to different stages of evolution, they should be arranged parallel to the evolutionary sequence except when any other overwhelming consideration rules it out. Third, principle of spatial contiguity. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates occur contiguously in space, roughly along an unidirectional linear or a radial line or a circle, they should be arranged in a parallel spatial sequence except when any other overwhelming consideration rules it out. This principle includes really a collection principles such as 1. Principle of bottom upwards or top downwards. 2. Principle of left to right or right to left. 3. Principle of front to back or back to front. 4. Principle of clockwise or anti-clockwise direction. 5. Principle of periphery to center, center to periphery. 6. Principle of away from position. It can be seen that the first 5 occur in antithetic pairs. First one, principle of bottom upwards or top downwards. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates can be conveniently taken to occur along a vertical line, they may be arranged from bottom upwards or from top downwards according to the helpfulness. Second, principle of left to right or right to left. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates can be conveniently taken to occur along a horizontal line, they may be arranged from left to right or right to left according to the helpfulness. Third, principle of front to back or back to front. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates can be conveniently taken to occur along a horizontal line, they may be arranged from front to back or from back to front according to the helpfulness. Fourth, principle of clockwise or anti-clockwise direction. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates can be conveniently taken to occur along a circular line, they may be arranged in the clockwise direction or in the counterclockwise direction according to the helpfulness. Fifth one, principle of periphery to center or center to periphery. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates can be conveniently taken to occur along a radial line of a circle or cylinder, they may be arranged from periphery to center or from center to periphery according to the helpfulness. Sixth one, principle of away from position. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates can be conveniently taken to start from a certain point and diverge away from it roughly along a line, they may be arranged from the starting point along a diverging line if it is helpful. Geographical contiguity. The division of the surface of Earth, such as continents, countries, states, districts, etc., lie on a surface and not on a line. One division may lie adjacent to several other similar divisions. Therefore, it is not easy to arrange the geographical areas according to the principle of spatial contiguity. More than one principle may have to be used in each context. Fourth one, principle of quantitative measure. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates admit of quantitative distinction, they may be arranged on the basis of their quantitative measure, that is, on the basis of increasing quantity or decreasing quantity according to the helpfulness. Fifth, principle of increasing complexity. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates show different degrees of complexity, they should be arranged parallel to the sequence of increasing complexity, except when any other overwhelming consideration rules it out. Sixth, principle of canonical sequence. If the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates are traditionally referred to in a specific sequence, although no underlying principle is discoverable, it will be convenient to conform to this traditional sequence. Sometimes no specific characteristic can be observed as forming the basis for the division of classes, but the classes are simply those into which their immediate universe had been traditionally divided. For example, the first order division of few main classes like mathematics, physics, geology are arranged according to this principle in the Collin classification. These are called the canonical classes. Seventh, principle of literary warrant. This principle suggests that the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates may be arranged in the sequence of the decreasing quantity of the documents published or anticipated to be published on them, except when any other overwhelming consideration rules it out. The application of this principle requires care and judgment. In an international classification scheme, it should be applied without any bias to the country of origin of the scheme. Eighth one, principle of alphabetical sequence. When no other sequence of the subjects in an array of subjects or the isolates in an array of isolates is more helpful, they may be arranged alphabetically by their names current in international usage. Generally, alphabetical sequence is not helpful. Hence, the application of it should be restricted to a context in which no other sequence is more helpful and relevant. In such a situation, the simplicity of alphabetical sequence can be exploited. This principle is normally used in many temporary and limited contexts. For example, the students in a classroom or the participants in a meeting can be arranged using this principle. However, in a permanent and universal context, such as in the classification of subjects, its use has to be restricted. The preconditions for the use of the principles are: 1. No other better sequence is available. 2. The universe to be classified should have an internationally accepted nomenclature. Sometimes few other principles are also employed for arranging the isolates in an array. They are listed below as additional principles of helpful sequence. Ninth, additional principle of helpful sequence. First point, concreteness, abstractness sequence. Second, extension intention sequence. Third, developmental sequence. Fourth, naturalness artificiality sequence. Fifth, dependency sequence. Wall picture principle, act and action, actor tool principle, cow-calf principle. Now let us summarize the whole session. In this session, we studied the canons for chain and the canons for filiatory sequence. We also discussed the guiding principles that can be used to arrange the isolates in an array to achieve a helpful sequence among them. Here are a few assignments for you to work out. First one, state and explain the canon of modulation. Second, write a short note on canon of decreasing extension. Third, describe the principles of helpful sequence with suitable examples. Fourth, critically examine how far Collin classification observes the principles of helpful sequence in arranging the isolates in the main classes. Now I will provide you with few books for further reading. Theory of Classification, 4th edition, revised, written by Krishnan Kumar, published by Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1988. Library Classification, Facets and Analysis, written by Hussain Shabahat, published by Tata McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1993. Third, Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition, written by Dr. Ranganathan S.R., published by Sharda Ranganathan Endowment for Library Science, Bangalore, 1967. Bachelor of Library Science Study Material, University of Calicut, 1995. Thank you for watching this session. See you in the next session. Until then, bye.
Today we have Professor Kamalesh Kar, a very senior distinguished nuclear physicist and professor from Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, Calcutta. Professor Kar did his PhD from Rochester University and joined the Saha Institute in mid-80s. Since then he has been very active in various aspects of nuclear physics research. He is one of the leading nuclear physics members of this country and is well known internationally. He is having several collaborations with several outside scientists. Recently he had been to Spain in connection with his collaboration work, and when I asked him to come over here, he immediately agreed to come and talk a few lines about his current activities. Professor Kar, I would like to ask you, nuclear physics had been there for almost more than 100 years. What is the current state of nuclear physics research in world particularly and in general in India? Can you please highlight that?
Yes, nuclear physics is of course there as a physics subject for a long time, and after the Second World War, of course, nuclear physics became very popular. In the 50s and 60s, many aspects, important nuclear physics aspects were discussed, and there are many important findings were made, and there are centers like Niels Bohr Institute and also many centers like MIT and other universities in USA which contributed a lot. Now nuclear physics after that went through some evolution, and nowadays there are certain specific areas where nuclear physics is concentrating. Some of the areas is like something called exotic nuclei, that means nuclei which are not stable at all, highly unstable, but which have a lot of a nucleus is made of a proton and a neutron, and these nuclei have a large number of neutrons and much smaller number of protons, but still are stable for a very short period of time. I mean they decay very quickly, but there are challenging experiments being done to study their properties, and because this is very important in nuclear astrophysics. That's another area which is developing very well. In nuclear astrophysics, the challenging problems are how stars are formed, how they continue to burn, and finally after long billions of years how they die. So this has input, though it's not very clear that how to a layman it looks the largest things are getting connected to the smallest things, which are nuclei. Largest things are the stars. Nuclei have the size of 10 to the power minus 13 centimeter, but this large and the small get connected, and the properties of nuclei in some way control or give a lot of input to the large evolution of stars, of the making of the universe in the early stages, about the properties of the neutrons and the protons become important. So that's a very important activity, nuclear astrophysics and nuclei which were not studied earlier, which are exotic and which are highly unstable, but which are very important not only as a to understand the specific nuclei, but also in their applications to understand the whole world.
Now coming back to the statement you made, exotic nuclei. As you know, most of these exotic nuclei are very short lived, and if we want to produce, as I understand, we need to have the radioactive ion beams, particularly those nuclei which are quite far away from the line of stability. So if you want to produce these radioactive ion beams, already the western hemisphere is going with good speed, and Oak Ridge has got the facility, and Emmrc also I understand has the facility. What are the attempts that are made in India, and how far we are in comparison to our brothers in the US and European countries?
Yes, surely USA, Europe as well as Japan are way ahead of us in this field. So, but this being a very important field, as you mentioned, we need to catch up. So there are two possibilities. One is collaboration, which is going on. I know many of my colleagues from Variable Energy Cyclotron Center used to go to the RIKEN facility in Japan, and they learnt a lot, and many of the persons from Japan used to come, and similarly from USA and Europe, lot of the experimental physicists came and gave very important input to the Indian community. And the second method is to develop the homegrown facilities. There are attempts for that, like Variable Energy Cyclotron Center is working towards a machine. They have made quite a lot of progress, and in the next 5-year plan and in the coming 5 to 10 years, I think many of these Indian nuclear physicists will come together and try to look at get facilities closer to the international competitive ones, and try to make some dent in that area with our homegrown experimental results.
So we do have to have a lot of experimental facilities, including sophisticated instrumentation. For example, if you, as you already know, Gammasphere is a very powerful tool for the gamma spectroscopy work, and similarly charged particle ball, which is again was developed at Berkeley. Are there any attempts to build that kind of multi-detector arrays within India, either on collaborative basis or on indigenous basis? Is there any attempt going on there?
Yes, actually the nuclear experimentalist, the community of the few research institutes and universities, they have come together in the last few years, something called the INGA collaboration, where people from my own institute, Saha Institute, Variable Energy Cyclotron Center, TIFR, and some people from BRC, as well as from the IUAC, Inter-University Accelerator Center, they have put their gamma ray, they have actually gone for a Indian gamma ray array, which I don't remember the exact number, I think 22 of them were put together. So the idea was to have a 4 pi geometry and to have something closer to the gamma sphere, as you mentioned, so that the Indian homegrown results become at least comparable to what you are able to do abroad. So we have to make still some progress in that, but there are efforts already on towards that goal.
So how is the general feedback in setting up these facilities from the ultimately the students have to come forward, and how is the general trend with the onset of the IT revolution in India? Are we able to really get good students who are dedicated to spend time on the development of these experimental facilities, because experimental facilities development takes a lot of time and it requires a lot of patience, and many a time you don't have any publications for years together. So what is your advice, and how do we go about to solve this problem?
Yes, getting students of course is one of the most important aspects, and overall in physics, as you mentioned, IT was an attractive professional line for the young minds, and many of them went that way. And also because there is a difference in large difference in the pay packets you get in the research world and in the IT world. So there was of course a depletion of the good students from research to other areas. But I think generally the university, the community and the government, I would say, also has become aware of that, and so there are now many schemes to attract good students, to give them better scholarships to start with, and better job opportunities in future, and which of course has to improve to keep pace with other areas. But overall I think compared to let's say 5 or 7 years ago, there is a tendency of some of the bright students to come to different fields of physics. But then there is again competition between different fields, like condensed matter experiments and theory is also an attractive area. Nuclear physics, we are trying to project that it is a very attractive area, and similarly high energy physics, both experiment and theory, is a very attractive area. Even a layman now knows about the great experiment that is going on in CERN, so they get attracted towards doing that. So one should always try to really go to the student at the BSc, MSc level, research institute, universities should work hard to give attractive talks, make the courses attractive to the students, so that we get more and more bright students coming to nuclear physics, because there are many challenges in the research world that they will get, which will be intellectually satisfying to them compared to many other job areas.
In this context, I would like to ask you, can you specifically tell a few challenging topics which the students can pursue, if not financially satisfying their academic complexes?
Okay, some of the, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, nuclear astrophysics is one area which is really growing very well, where you need input from nuclear physics to solve some of the problems that you encounter. Like the way, let's say, if you look at the nuclei, look at the elements that were formed, we still sometimes do not know what are the ways the elements, the heavier elements got formed. You see, even there are debates going on about the actual sites of something called the R process nucleosynthesis. So whether it was in a star going through supernova explosion, or in the merger of two neutron stars. So these sites are still not known. So there are challenging problems in the sense that you need to understand how elements are produced in this universe, what was the basic sites where they were first produced, and how do they you have to look at their abundances right now, which we observe in the solar complex or in the other stars, and how we can. So when you do some sort of a nuclear physics input, that also has to explain eventually the observed solar abundances and other abundances of metals and non-metals. So as a result, this is again a challenging area where nuclear physics is very important. Another area I can mention is the death of large stars. when you look at the sky, we look at stars, but we do not know that some of these stars are at different stages of their evolution. Some of these stars are new ones, some of the stars are like the sun, which is burning the hydrogen to helium mostly, but there may be some stars which are there for a long period of time and which is nearing its lifetime. That means it is the burning of the nuclear fuel is nearing completion. So those stars, if they are large enough, they often decay, I mean that they often explode in a very violent way called supernova explosions. Now in the last 50-70 years, scientists, physicists, astrophysicists, they were trying to understand this explosion from basic physics, from the physics that you know in our classrooms. There have been spectacular advances in that, but still there are certain areas which we are not able to really make agreement with the observed values, like observed values of the energy of the explosion that you can see in the sky, and you can estimate that sort of thing. When you simulate in your computer, you do not match the values exactly, but overall the process, what is taking place, lot of things are known. So these are things where with a computer, with some nuclear physics input from the laboratory, and with a paper and a pencil, you can actually understand some of the key mysteries of the universe, and that's where nuclear physics becomes so important.
Can you also tell us a few lines on the importance of neutrino oscillations and why it is challenging to undertake such a study?
Yeah, this neutrino is a particle which comes in something called a beta decay. You know of students all learn about radioactivity in their BSc or even high school days. Radioactivity, there are three kinds: alpha decay, beta decay, and gamma decay. Now this beta decay transform one nucleus, this is a nuclear physics effect, transform one nucleus to another nucleus, giving electron or a positron and emitting some particles which have no charge and which are supposed to have no mass as well. That's what when Pauli in 1930 postulated them, and then in 1956 when they are detected in experiments, they were supposed to have no mass. But recently, through again something called a solar neutrino puzzle or solar neutrino deficit problem, people have found out that the neutrinos that are supposed to come from the sun, their number that we observe is lower, and doing again detailed experiment finally in the Sudbury Neutrino Observatory in Canada in 2002 onwards, one is able to find out that there is something called neutrino oscillations which transform something these electron type neutrinos that we are discussing to something called the mu type neutrinos or the tau type neutrinos, and this is known as neutrino oscillations. And for this to happen, at least one of these neutrinos must have a non-zero mass, and that also is revolutionizing our idea of nuclear and particle physics, and this is something called going beyond the standard model. And so the neutrino oscillation detection has become important for many reasons, to understand the neutrino oscillation, to understand something called CP violation in high energy physics, to understand the evolution in the early universe. So many of the countries in Europe, also USA, are with a lot of vigor are doing neutrino oscillation experiments, catching neutrinos. There are two things. One is that neutrinos of the muon type get produced in the atmosphere, so you can catch the atmospheric neutrinos and observe neutrino oscillation. That is one thing which we are planning to do in India. There is something called the India based Neutrino Observatory, or INO, which is a mega project which will hopefully soon get funded by the government of India, and which will there will be an underground observatory near Madurai. There will be a tunnel which will go and will have the observatory underground. This will be the first major underground observatory after the Kohler field experiments in Mysore, where again lot of interesting properties of neutrinos were seen, but that observatory is no more. So we have to build a new one which will be near Madurai, West Pori Hills is the place, and we hope to maybe 5 years from now get some results on this experiment and really analyze atmospheric neutrinos and understand neutrino oscillations. The other thing that is being done is something called the long baseline experiments, where from reactors or specific high energy neutrino facility, neutrinos come out, and the neutrino detectors maybe a few hundred kilometers away or maybe even 1,000 kilometers away, you can detect those neutrinos and see how much they have oscillated. These again, these short and long baseline neutrino experiments, many of them are proposed, some of them are already on, and if INO actually becomes a reality, then in a sort of long term future, we also would like to get neutrinos from some sources like CERN in future or some other facility if it develops, and try to also do these baseline experiments. That will of course be a long baseline experiment.
Professor Carr, can you please give a few more details on the Indian Neutrino Observatory coming up at Teni, and what are the various problems that have to be solved, and what are the various problems which we are likely to encounter both from the academic point of view as well as from the administrative point of view?
Yes, this India based Neutrino Observatory or INO, which is I mentioned earlier, it's the tunnel has to be there. This tunnel will lead to a hall which will be the seat of the first neutrino experiment in India. It is in the district of Teni, and so basically all the required permissions like environment clearance and forest clearance, all those has been obtained for this site. They are all available with us. The only thing is that now the state government has to give permission to use the land for making the construction. So once the land is allotted, Department of Atomic Energy is already in their Atomic Energy Commission meetings. In the next meeting, hopefully they will discuss about this and try to allocate funds. So once the land comes, then the construction will start. Construction will be a 2 kilometer tunnel that will lead to a big hall, which will have the experiment is basically, it will have to start with about 30 to 40 kilotons of iron, that is of module 1, which itself is a detector. It will be magnetized, and that magnetized iron will be able to detect with electronics in between to detect these atmospheric neutrinos that are always coming from our atmosphere in all directions. So that will so the experiment hopefully will start after the construction and putting in of the iron into the chamber, the cavern. And so as I said, maybe within if things go on fine, maybe in 4 or 5 years we will start having our own neutrino observatory, detecting data, and in a couple of years time we will be able to look at the atmospheric neutrino oscillations, the oscillation parameters like what I told you about the mass of the neutrino. So it will throw light on that, how much of neutrinos oscillation angle, and so this will be able to then compete with the other experiments that are already going on in USA as well as in other countries.
Okay. Then I will ask you a couple of more general questions. One is, what is your advice to the students who wants to pursue physics as career or for their career?
Yeah, I think the main thing, the basic thing is that a student who wants to do research should have confidence in himself that I am able to do something, and that once you have confidence in yourself, that half the battle is already won, because you here now it is a international competition. It's not just your village or your city or your country. So physics or any branch of science is universal. The same Newton's law of motion you are taught in Indian high schools, in Europe, in USA. So you are learning, and now with all sorts of facilities, you are learning almost at par with the international students. So students should not get scared. They should know that Indian students actually are one of the brightest internationally, and they should really come up, have confidence, and look at challenging problems and try to solve them. And we have seen already in maths Olympiads, physics Olympiads, Indian students, when they go, they do very well. Only thing that they need is exposure, which I think is taking place now. What exposure a student gets today is much more than what you used to get when you were students. So with exposure and confidence in yourself, I think you can conquer the world. So that is my advice to the students.
One final question. This is more a general question again. See, many a time quite a good number of students approach me saying that they want to do PhD, but unfortunately they are not in the physics team, they are engineering students. While the national institutes in India, they encourage non-physics major students to come to PhD in physics, a good majority of the universities do not encourage them because our system is so rigid. I would personally feel that like in US and Western countries, anybody wants to do research in physics, we should encourage them and help them to bridge the gaps one way or other by supporting and developing courses. So how do you think, what should we do? How do we make a change in our outlook of the so-called administrators to allow non-physics students also to come into physics if they are interested? So what do you say about that?
No, I completely agree with you. I can give you an example. P.A.M. Dirac, who actually is one of the founding fathers of quantum mechanics, he was an electrical engineer, and there are many other examples of that, because electrical engineers by their training know mathematics sometimes better than physicists. So I think and so there are examples, and there are even in India I have a colleague of mine who is a renowned particle physicist who was actually an electrical engineer in IIT Kharagpur. Then he changed over to physics. He went to USA, did his PhD and came back. So like that, we should have some courses for students who are coming from other areas, doing their masters in other areas. So they need to maybe brush up a few more courses. Some of the attempts are already there in some of these institutes, a few of them, even IITs are thinking of that. But that we should do it more generally, we should do it in the universities. That way our curriculum should be a little bit more flexible. We should have some optional courses which the students can take. Of course, some student who wants to come to do spend his life in research in physics, of course will not mind taking a 6-month or a 1-year course to learn basics of physics. So that I think is very possible. Only thing is we may have to change our outlook, and we have to change our curriculum to some extent, and we should of course teach them well. That's finally the most important point.
I completely agree with you. There is one more point. See, again, our appointment and selections to most of the faculty positions are so rigid. They insist on basic qualification in physics, Emmrc physics, if you consider any lecturership or a teaching position. I think there also needs to be a change, because once a student who qualifies for a PhD in program, I personally feel there is no reason to insist upon what his earlier qualification or her earlier qualification was. So in that context, what will be your advice? How do we go about bringing this change? Because I am finding it very difficult to turn back the students. No, I cannot take you, knowingly that they are extremely good students. I had to, in my own experience, move earth and heaven to take one student who did his BTech in engineering and wanted to do in astrophysics his PhD. So finally somehow I was able to manage it, but in general it cannot be done. There must be a general rule which should be allowed, saying that any student who wants to do PhD in any branch can do, provided some bridge courses are done. What is your advice on that?
Yeah, what you point out is a very important thing. It's not only the courses changing, but also the criteria the university set or the institute set also has to change. Otherwise, this poor student who does his PhD suddenly finds that he is not eligible to get a job in colleges or in the university. So these rules should be more flexible. UGC should seriously look at that problem and try to make it more open, so that the whole idea of attracting the best brains wherever they are, whether they are in science or engineering, does matter, but let them come and do in a free atmosphere, do as much as they can, and that, I think that in the long run will really make this thing vibrant and successful.
Thank you, Professor Carr, for your enlightening instructions and explaining all the recent trends. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. The end of 19th century and the beginning of 20th century was dramatic both for the world of art and aesthetics. Psychoanalysis as a new practice for the understanding of human mind evolved during this period. The key figure of psychoanalysis is Sigmund Freud, the famous psychologist. Psychoanalysis is a form of hermeneutics. Hermeneutics, as you probably know, is the philosophical science of interpretation. It can be applied to understand the psychic process within an individual. Sigmund Freud successfully developed a method to interpret dreams and other manifestations of the mind through an analysis of the incidents and events a person has undergone through his life. This has wide-reaching influence also on the criticism and appreciation of a work of art. Freud divided human psyche into three regions: id, ego and superego. Id is the primordial part. It consists of the unconscious and the instinctive part of psyche. It is concerned with desire gratification and pleasure principle. Ego is the part which we know as I consciousness. It is the representative of the outer world to the id. Ego represents the reality principle. Superego is both conscious and unconscious. It consists of social restrictions, moral, religious ideas and so on. It holds two powerful instincts, eros and thanatos. Eros is the creative, generative, sexual energy. It is extremely strong that it evokes desires. But all desires cannot be gratified externally because of existing realities. Some has to be repressed. This repression sediments into the deeper unconscious as unfulfilled desires. The person normally would not be able to contain the energy of too many such repressions. So symbols are created by the unconscious and they surface during sleep as dreams. Another way for the suppressed desires to come out is as creative process. Writers and artists sublimate their energy of eros through their works of art. This is a positive way for the outflow of the energy. Otherwise, deeper suppression may result in neurosis or social aggression. Sublimation is the process through which the energy of repressed desires becomes utilizable by directing each impulse towards a higher end. To understand the deeper significance of the symbols as represented in a work of art and how it is received, one has to analyze the biography of the artist and the social context. This is known as the psychobiographic method. This is the reason why we study why Vincent van Gogh cut his own ears or Kandinsky studied theosophy. We study Van Gogh's letters to his brother Theo to understand the mental makeup of the artist better. Psychoanalysis has opened a way to understand the repressed contents an artwork may contain, which even the artist may not have been aware of. According to Freud, to interpret a dream, one must not just analyze the obvious content of it, but the process by which it is created. This process is known as the dream work. Dream work works through 4 processes. Condensation takes many ideas and condenses them into a single whole. Displacement replaces an image by another one which is of lesser psychical significance. Considerations of representability transforms thoughts into visual images. Secondary revision is the process which acts as an editor of different visuals and make a coherent narrative out of the dream. It discuses the fact that there are contradictions in the dream. The processes involved in the creation of an artwork is also the same. Any artistic creation is a compromise between the unconscious and conscious intent of its author. Carl Gustav Jung was another psychologist who made a lasting impression. Jungian method is known under the name analytical psychology. Jung observed a few shortcomings in Freud's psychoanalytical method. Primarily, Freud's theory was too rooted and focused on sexuality as the motivating force. Another issue he felt as a drawback was Freud's concept of unconscious, which he felt was negative. Unconscious was not an untapped reservoir of suppressed or hidden emotions as Freud made it to be. It can be a massive powerhouse of creativity. Jung gave much focus to mythology and to the study of archetypes. He put forward the theory of collective unconscious, and it Jung believed to be created out of certain psychic patterns. The content of this pattern include thoughts, memories which life experience evokes, and so on. To him, self is archetypal totality which controls the center of psyche itself. The aim of the self is unraveling the subconscious knowledge through individuation. This process happens when individual encounters the psyche, that is the mind, and surfaces the content to consciousness. One experiences unconscious mainly through symbols which come across in life through media like art, dreams, religion, relationship plays, and through various pursuits of life. Becoming aware of the unconscious knowledge as it surfaces, one makes it a part of conscious awareness. When psyche gets stuck due to blocked energy or thwarted adaptation, individual becomes neurotic and psychotic. Adaptation, projection, and compensation are the 3 main pillars of Jung's view on psychic ability. To go through individuation, the individual should be willing to be open to oneself. Another important personality who refashioned Freudian methodology was Jacques Lacan. He suggested that the unconscious structure is analogous to language. He also structured infantile development with pre-mirror, mirror, and post-mirror stages. Everything, including dreams, may be read as a system of signs. His theory of gaze is widely studied. Application of psychoanalysis in art. We will now look into the observations Freud and his successors made on the interpretation of artworks using psychoanalysis. Freud was aware that his psychoanalytical methods can be applied to the analysis of artworks. He says, "It is possible, therefore, that a work of art of this kind needs interpretation, and that until I have accomplished that interpretation, I cannot come to know why I have been so powerfully affected. I even venture to hope that the effect of the work will undergo no diminution after we have succeeded in thus analyzing it." The psychoanalytic approach applied for the analysis of an artwork requires a methodology. It was Freud himself who began developing it through his seminal works on Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. The techniques of psychobiography was also applied to the study of artworks. Psychobiography is defined as a biography that analyzes the psychological makeup, character, or motivations of its subject. The methodology of psychobiography uses events in the life of the subject to analyze personality pattern, the frequency, primacy and uniqueness of an event, identify metaphors or images in biographical narratives and so on. This was pioneered by Freud in his study on Da Vinci. The psychoanalytic method of interpreting a work of art takes into account not only the creator but also the spectator. An artwork has the capacity to provoke the libido of the spectator and bring about a deep reaction. An analyst can use the emotions stirred inside himself while being exposed to a work of art to find the associations and unconscious desires. Thus, he can get a key to the unconscious of the artist or author himself. The Moses of Michelangelo is considered to be the first attempt to apply psychoanalytical method for the study of an artwork. Freud identified himself with the biblical Moses. Freud's study on Michelangelo was published under a false name. Carl Abraham, a disciple of Freud, employed psychoanalytic method to the study of Giovanni Segantini, a 19th century artist. He is considered to be one of the earliest scholars who applied psychoanalytic method to the study of an artist. The study was published in 1911. He believed that psychoanalysis can be applied to understand the mental processes other than those of neurosis. But his work on Giovanni Segantini focused more on the artist than the artwork. Hans Sachs was another analyst associated with Freud. He had artistic and literary gifts. He had a lifelong interest in the possibilities of applying the methods of psychoanalysis to humanities and culture. In 1913, he along with Otto Rank published the study Psychoanalysis and the Humanities. In this work, there is a chapter dedicated to the aesthetics and psychology of art. It is to be remembered here that Freud was also influenced by the scholars before him. Freud has adapted the method developed by Giovanni Morelli, a 19th century Italian art critic. Morelli developed a method by which he analyzed the unconscious traces left by an artist in an artwork to identify the artist. This was mainly used to determine whether a work is original or a fake. Morelli focused on the minor details of style which are unlikely to be noticed by imitators. Freud has referred Morelli in developing his method. Freud's Leonardo da Vinci and a memory of his childhood was the first psychoanalytic text to examine painting. Freud analyzed the formal elements in Mona Lisa and Saint Anne. Freud considers the seduced image of a smiling mother repressed but psychically potent and is present in the smile of Mona Lisa. He is of opinion that Da Vinci had mother fixation. Freud asserts that the smile is repeated on the faces of Saint Anne and Mary in Holy Family. The merging of forms of both female characters in the painting is interpreted to be a form of condensation. It must be mentioned here that psychoanalysis is not a foolproof method. It talks of a realm which nobody has clear-cut empirical evidence of. There had been sharp criticism against Freudian interpretation of art, especially his theory of Oedipus and Electra complex. He was also criticized for misinterpreting the image of a vulture appearing in an infantile dream of Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci wrote in one of his notebooks that he had a strange incident in his childhood. In the incident, a vulture flew in through the open window, sat on the cradle and tapped its tail on the mouth of him. Freud analyzed this event and asserted that Da Vinci had mother fixation and that he showed homosexual tendencies. To make this study, Freud was using a translation of the Da Vinci text, but the translation was flawed. The Italian word for kite was mistakenly translated as vulture in the book. We cannot say that it was psychoanalysis method which went wrong here, but one has to consider the fact that there is a possibility for error in the dream and other data available for analysis. Now let us move on to see how this theory of psych was adapted for the creation of artworks. Let us begin with the Surrealist movement. Surrealism is defined in the dictionary as pure psychic automatism by which one proposes to express either verbally, in writing, or by any other manner the real functioning of thought. Dictation of thought in the absence of all control exercised by reason, outside of all aesthetic and moral preoccupation. This statement is from the Surrealist Manifesto authored by André Breton in 1924. As you already know, a group of artists and writers grouped together to form the Surrealist group. André Breton was deeply influenced by the writing of Freud, especially by Interpretation of Dreams published in 1900. But even Breton was suspicious as to how visual artists will be able to create artworks without the effort of the conscious mind. Surrealist artists devised various innovative methods to overcome this difficulty. I will explain some of them here for you. I suggest that you also make experiments with these methods in your creative practice. Also be aware that some artists and academicians scorn these methods. Automatic painting is a surrealist method whereby an artist allows the drawing or painting tool to go about freely on the surface without any conscious restriction. The doodles resulting out of such an act will have unconscious associations. André Breton and many surrealists employed this method to create artworks. Writers allowed anything that comes to mind to be wrote down. They have also devised games where one person would write something without any conscious notion, then pass the paper to another with the previous words hidden. The process will repeat and the resulting write-up is treated as creative work. Decalcomania was another technique employed especially by surrealists like Max Ernst. An artist thickly coats a smooth surface with paint and presses it against the canvas to print an image. The resulting forms may be modified by the artist to create emergence. Max Ernst created many haunting and beautiful works using this method. In Cubomania, a picture is cut to many pieces and then reassembled randomly. Frottage is another technique where a rubbing is taken from a surface. In grattage, paint is scraped off the canvas. Joan Miro used this method in many of his works. Most of the mentioned methods tend towards abstraction and pre-conscious. Dali claimed that he invented a process, the paranoid critical method. Paranoia is the fear that the self is being manipulated, targeted or controlled by others. The artist tries to invoke a paranoid state, thus deconstructing the psyche. Dali was criticized for pretentious and false claims and was eventually expelled from the surrealist group. He remains a very popular artist today because of the haunting dreamlike mood he evokes through his works and the distortion of space-time duo. Freudian ideas of sexuality, fantasy, desire were favorite theme for the surreal painters and sculptors. Painters like René Magritte and Paul Delvaux used elements of dream works like condensation and association to create artworks of dreamlike quality. The analytical psychology of Jung has its echo in the works of abstract expressionist group. The elemental subconscious surfaces in the works of Mark Rothko, Gottlieb, Newman and Jackson Pollock. Mark Rothko saw myths as something which will fill the spiritual void. Myth, according to Jung, had a dramatic simplicity expressed through archetypes. Now, before concluding our class, I will briefly introduce you to the psychobiographical analysis of one work. This is an image by Paul Gauguin, The Vision After the Sermon. This painting is Vision After the Sermon by Paul Gauguin, painted during 1888. The narrative tells the story of Jacob. It was taken from the Old Testament, book of Genesis. It tells the encounter Jacob had with the angel. In modern theology, Jacob's struggle with the angel is seen as an inner struggle of a Christian soul. Many French painters before Gauguin has painted this theme. Delacroix has painted a mural of Jacob wrestling with the angel in the church of Saint Sulpice, Paris in 1861. This work was painted while Gauguin was staying at Pont-Aven in Brittany, where he was invited by his friend Emile Bernard. It is here that he developed a relationship with the sister of Bernard and adapted the painting style of Bernard. Some psychoanalysts suggest that the girl sitting on the left side of the work is none other than the representation of this girl, and the priest figure on the right side is the portrayal of Gauguin himself. This work is considered to be the first masterwork by Gauguin using a mature style. This picture is analyzed to be symbolic of the inner conflict Gauguin underwent during this period. I suggest you read more about the artist, artwork and how the viewers and critics reacted to the work to have a deeper understanding. Now it is time we conclude this class. Till our next class, bye.
Hello and welcome to the topic Introducing Psychology. The science of psychology. Psychology touches our lives in many ways. Psychology is about memory, stress, therapy, love, persuasion, hypnosis, perception, death, conformity, creativity, learning, personality, aging, intelligence, sexuality, emotion, happiness, wisdom, and much more. Psychologists use scientific investigation to study, describe, understand, predict, and control human behavior. What is psychology? The word psychology comes from the Greek roots psyche, which means mind, and logos, meaning knowledge or study. Psychology is now defined as a scientific study of behavior and mental processes. However, the definition of psychology has evolved over time. Meaning of psychology. Curiosity in man has led to know his surroundings, which mainly conclude nature and other fellow men. There is always a desire to know what one is, what is his background, what is it made of, what are the associated factors, and in what way can it be useful to oneself. Each question will lead to more questions. Psychology forces us to answer many of the questions we have about ourselves, other people, and the nature of human life. Why do we feel lonely? Why do we forget? How people learn? What makes someone creative? Why do we take drugs? What makes someone help others? And so on. Psychology had its formal beginning when William Wundt established his psychological laboratory in Leipzig, Germany in 1879. But in real sense, interest in psychology as a discipline dates back to the work of Plato, Aristotle, and other philosophers. Psychology, the science of soul. The Greek philosophers conceived psychology as a science of soul as early as 400 BC. In fact, the term psychology literally means the science of soul. Etymologically, it is composed of two Greek words, psyche and logos, means soul and science respectively. Rudolf Geckel named it as psychologia. Soul is a being which dwells on the body, and with the end of life it leaves the body. Soul is a metaphysical idea. It can neither be perceived or imagined, nor its nature and function can be studied by scientific methods of observation, experiment, etc. Therefore, definition of psychology as a science of soul has been discarded by the modern psychologists. Psychology, the science of mind. Some regard psychology as a science of mind. Historically, the French philosophers like Descartes, 1596 to 1650, and the British philosophers like John Locke considered psychology as a science of mind. Descartes tried to understand body-mind relationship in terms of their interaction, the study of nervous system, and interest of references as innate actions, etc. The definition of psychology as a science of mind is not acceptable at present. Mind is an ambiguous concept as the soul. It's not all possible to carry on scientific observation and experimentation on mind. This definition also does not include the overt behavior of man and animal, which are also important subject matter of psychology. Therefore, the definition of psychology as a science of mind has been discarded. Psychology, the science of consciousness. Psychology has also been defined as the science of consciousness. Historically, such a definition has been propounded by the Leipzig School of Psychologists, led by William Wundt, 1832-1920. Wundt defined psychology as a science of immediate experience with consciousness being the main subject matter. He postulated that conscious experience can be reduced into elements, and the primary aim psychology is the analysis of conscious experience into its elements. But The definition of psychology as a science of consciousness is not acceptable. That's because mental life does not consist only of consciousness. There are unconscious and subconscious mental processes which influence our behavior in various ways without our knowledge. Psychology, the science of experience. Titchener, 1867-1927, the leader of the structuralists, defines psychology as a science of conscious experience, which is dependent upon the experiencing person. To give an example, the physicist and the psychologist may be investigating about sound, but whole the former investigates the phenomena as such. The latter is interested as to how it is perceived by the observer. The mind is nothing but the sum total of the conscious experiences as perceived by a person. The subject matter of psychology is the study of such conscious experience which constitutes mind. The method of study of conscious experience is through the introspection of a trained observer. Psychology, study of behavior. Watson, 1878-1958, an American, brought about a revolution in psychology called behaviorism. He argued that psychology is to be regarded as a science, and as a science it is to limit itself to the study and analysis of publicly observable events such as the behavior of the subject rather than subjective matters like his private mental states. He defined psychology as a science of behavior. Meaning of science and behavior. Science has been defined as systematic study of knowledge concerning the relationship between the cause and effect of a particular phenomenon. In order to recollect the scientific data and systematized material, science employs various kinds of methods of inquiry such as observation, classification, formulation of hypothesis, analysis of evidence, etc. It also organizes and develops our knowledge of the world we live on, and psychology too aims at same thing. It uses scientific methods to study human behavior. It also helps us to understand, control, and predict human behavior. What is behavior? Behavior is classified into three categories according to its content. Cognitive behavior, where it is dominantly knowing or thinking, example, solving questions. Affective behavior, where the dominance is of feeling, example, the emotional experience of anger, fear, jealousy, etc. Cognitive behavior, where the dominance is of motor activity, example, cycling, playing hockey, etc. Definition of psychology. Some of the well-known definitions of psychology are as under. Definition by Woodworth. Psychology deals with the activities of the individual in relation to his environment. Skinner's definition. Psychology is the science of behavior and experience. Munn's definition. Psychology today concerns itself with the scientific investigation of behavior. Definition by Garrison and others. Psychology is concerned with observable human behavior. Analysis of various definitions. If we analyze the definitions of psychology given above, we shall come to the following conclusions. 1. Psychology is regarded as a science. 2. It's a positive science. 3. It's a branch of natural science. It is a science of behavior and not of matter. It cannot be a pure science like mathematics and chemistry. 4. It studies memory, imagination, thinking, learning, intelligence, and other sensory experiences. Psychology's goals. As a science, psychology's goals are to describe, understand, predict, and control behavior. Description. answering psychological questions requires a careful description of behavior. Description or naming and classifying is typically based on making a detailed record of behavioral observations, but descriptions fail to answer the important why questions. Understanding. We have met psychology's second goal when we can explain an event. That is, understanding usually means we can state the causes of a behavior. Prediction. Psychology's third goal, prediction, is the ability to forecast behavior accurately. Some psychologists specialize in administering, scoring, and interpreting psychological tests, such as tests of intelligence, creativity, personality, or aptitude. This specialty, which is called psychometrics, is an example of using psychology to predict future behavior. Control. Control may seem like a threat to personal freedom. However, to a psychologist, control simply refers to altering conditions that affect behavior. In summary, psychology's goals are natural outgrowth of our desire to understand behavior. Module 2, Evolution of Psychology. Starting with philosophy and continuing through psychology's history, various viewpoints have helped us to understand and interpret human behavior. Today, 5 major perspectives guide research and theorizing in psychology. These are psychodynamic, behavioristic, humanistic, biopsychological, and cognitive views. Brief history. Psychology began long ago as a part of philosophy, the study of knowledge, reality, and human nature. In contrast, psychology's brief history dates back only about 120 years. The science of psychology began in 1879 at Leipzig, Germany. There, the father of psychology, William Wundt, set up a laboratory to study conscious experience. Wundt is credited with making psychology an independent science, separate from philosophy. In his laboratory, Wundt investigated how sensations, images, and feelings combine to make a personal experience. Structuralism. Wundt's ideas were carried to the United States by a man named Edward B. Titchener. He called Wundt's ideas structuralism because they dealt with the structure of mental life. Essentially, the structuralists hoped to analyze their private experiences into basic elements or building blocks. The structuralists used the method of introspection or looking inward to probe one's reactions to various stimuli. Functionalism. William James, an American scholar, broadened psychology to include animal behavior, religion, abnormal behavior, and other interesting topics. James's brilliant first book, Principles of Psychology, 1890, helped establish the field as a serious discipline. The term functionalism comes from an interest in how the mind functions to adapt to our environment. James regarded consciousness as an ever-changing stream or flow of images and sensations, not a set of lifeless building blocks, as the structuralists claimed. Functionalism brought the study of animals into psychology. It also promoted educational psychology, the study of learning, teaching, classroom dynamics, and related topics. Learning makes us more adaptable, so the functionalists tried to find ways to improve education. Behaviorism. Functionalism was soon challenged by behaviorism, the study of observable behavior. Behaviorist John B. Watson objected strongly to the study of mind or conscious experience. Introspection, he said, is unscientific. He simply observed the relationship between stimuli, events in the environment, and an animal's responses, any muscular action, glandular activity, or other identifiable behavior. Watson soon adopted Russian psychologist Ivan Pavlov's concept of conditioning. One of the best known behaviorists, B.F. Skinner, believed that our actions are controlled by rewards or positive reinforcers. To study learning, Skinner created his famous conditioning chamber known as the Skinner box. Skinner was convinced that a society based on positive reinforcement could encourage desirable behavior. Gestalt psychology. The German word Gestalt means form, pattern or whole. Gestalt psychologists studied thinking, learning and perception in whole units, not by analyzing experiences into parts. Their slogan was, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts." In Germany, Max Wertheimer was the first psychologist to advance the Gestalt viewpoint. Psychoanalytic psychology. As American psychology grew more scientific, an Austrian doctor named Sigmund Freud was developing his own theories. Freud believed that mental life is like an iceberg. Only a small part is exposed to view. He called the area of the mind that lies outside of personal awareness the unconscious. According to Freud, our behavior is deeply influenced by unconscious thoughts, impulses and desires, especially those concerning sex and aggression. Freud theorized that many unconscious thoughts are threatening, hence they are repressed, held out of awareness. But sometimes, he said, they are revealed by dreams, emotions or slips of the tongue. Freud was also among the first to appreciate that childhood affects adult personality. It wasn't very long before some of Freud's students began to promote their own theories. They are known as Neo-Freudians. Some well-known Neo-Freudians are Alfred Adler, Anna Freud, Karen Horney, Carl Jung, Otto Rank and Erikson. Today, Freud's legacy is evident in various psychodynamic theories, which emphasize internal motives, conflicts and unconscious forces. Humanistic psychology. Humanism is a view that focuses on subjective human experience. Humanistic psychologists are interested in human problems, potentials and ideals. Carl Rogers, Abraham Maslow and other humanists rejected the Freudian ideas that were ruled by unconscious forces. They were also uncomfortable with the behaviorist emphasis on conditioning. Humanists believe that people can freely choose to live more creative, meaningful and satisfying lives. Humanists helped stimulate interest in psychological needs for love, self-esteem, belonging, self-expression, creativity and spirituality. Such needs, they believe, are as important as our biological urges for food and water. Maslow was especially interested in self-actualization, the process of developing one's potential and becoming the person possible. According to humanists, everyone has this capacity. Humanists seek ways to help it emerge. Psychology today. At one time, loyalty to each school of thought was fierce and clashes were common. Today, viewpoints such as functionalism and gestalt psychology have blended into newer, broader perspectives. Also, some early systems such as structuralism have disappeared entirely. Certainly, specialities still exist. But today, many psychologists are eclectic. They draw from a variety of perspectives. Even so, 5 major views shape modern psychology. These are the psychodynamic, behavioristic and humanistic views, plus modern cognitive and biopsychological perspectives. Biopsychology is an especially fast-growing area. Eventually, biopsychologists expect to explain all behavior in terms of physical mechanisms such as brain activity and genetics. Cognitive science is another rapidly expanding area. It studies thoughts, expectations, memory, language, perception, problem solving, consciousness, creativity, and other mental processes. Recently, these two topics have been joined. Cognitive neuroscience is an attempt to discover connections between neural events and activity in the brain. Module 3. Themes related to psychology as a field of study. The enormous breadth and the diversity of psychology make it a challenging subject for the beginning student. In this module, 7 fundamental themes will be highlighted that will reappear in a number of variations as we move from one area of psychology to another. Theme 1. Psychology is empirical. Empiricism is the premise that knowledge should be acquired through observation. To say that psychology is empirical means that its conclusions are based on direct observation rather than on reasoning, speculation, traditional beliefs, or common sense. Psychologists are not content with having ideas that sound plausible. They conduct research to test their ideas. The empirical approach requires a certain attitude, a healthy brand of skepticism. Empiricism is a tough taskmaster. It demands data and documentation. Psychologists' commitment to empiricism means that they must learn to think critically about generalizations concerning behavior. Theme 2. Psychology is theoretically diverse. A theory is a system of interrelated ideas used to explain a set of observations. In other words, a theory links apparently unrelated observations and tries to explain them. Psychology is marked by theoretical diversity. No single theory can adequately explain everything that's known about behavior. Sometimes, different theories focus on different aspects of behavior, that is, different collections of observations. Contemporary psychologists increasingly recognize that theoretical diversity is a strength rather than a weakness. Different theoretical perspectives often provide a more complete understanding of behavior than could be achieved by any one perspective alone. Theme 3. Psychology evolves in a socio-historical context. Science is often seen as an ivory tower, undertaking isolated from the ebb and flow of everyday life. In reality, however, psychology and other sciences do not exist in a cultural vacuum. Dense interconnections exist between what happens in psychology and what happens in society at large. Trends, issues, and values in society influence psychology's evolution. Similarly, progress in psychology affects trends, issues, and values in society. As an example, consider the impact of World War II on the development of psychology as a profession. Theme 4. Behavior is determined by multiple causes. As psychology has matured, it has provided more and more information about the forces that govern behavior. Psychologists find that behavior is governed by a complex network of interacting factors, an idea referred to as the multifactorial causation of behavior. If we expect to understand behavior, we usually have to take into account multiple determinants. Theme 5. Our behavior is shaped by our cultural heritage. Culture refers to the widely shared customs, beliefs, values, norms, institutions, and other products of a community that are transmitted socially across generations. Culture is a very broad construct, encompassing everything from a society's legal system to its assumptions about family roles, from its dietary habits to its political ideals, from its technology to its attitudes about time, from its modes of dress to its spiritual beliefs, and from its art and music to its unspoken rules about sexual license. culture can also influence crucial matters such as educational success, mental health, and vulnerability to physical illnesses. It is also important to realize that there are both differences and similarities across cultures in behavior. Theme 6. Heredity and environment jointly influence behavior. The question about the importance of nature versus nurture has been asked in one form or another since ancient times. Theorists argued that personal traits and abilities are governed entirely by heredity or entirely by environment. A century of research has shown that genetics and experience jointly influence an individual's intelligence, temperament, personality, and susceptibility to many psychological disorders. Furthermore, psychologists are actively seeking to understand the complex ways in which genetic inheritance and experience interact to mold behavior. Theme 7. Our experience of the world is highly subjective. People's experience of the world is highly subjective. Even elementary perception is not a passive process. We actively process incoming stimulation while ignoring others. Sometimes people's perceptions are swayed by their motives. That is, people sometimes see what they want to see. People also tend to see what they expect to see. Thus, it's clear that motives and expectations color our experiences. Human subjectivity is precisely what the scientific method is designed to counteract. In using the scientific approach, psychologists try to make their observations as objective as possible. In some respects, overcoming subjectivity is what science is all about. Now you can try to answer these questions. What is behavior? Define psychology and write a brief note on the goals of psychology. Compare and differentiate the various theoretical perspectives of psychology. Now, you can go through these books for reference. Understanding Psychology by Feldman R.S. 2004, published by Tata, McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, India. Psychology, the Science of Mind and Behavior, 4th edition, by Gross Richard, 2005, published by Greengate Publishing Services, Kent. Discovering Psychology by Hackenberry D.H. and Hackenberry S.E., 1998, published by Word Publishers, Inc., USA. Introduction to Psychology by Morgan, C.T. King, R.A. Weiss, J.R. and Schopler, J., 7th edition, published by McGraw-Hill, Singapore. Thank you for watching this program. We'll meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
the rhythm of the waves, lie lulled by their undulating music, live their lives on the vast expanse of golden sands. This is the story of an unsung fraternity of young people of Kolavipalam, a sleepy village in the banks of the Arabian Sea, 30 kilometers north of the city of Calicut in Kerala. They pursue different vocations. Surendra Babu, a member of the fraternity, drives a rented auto rickshaw. His vehicle plying on the streets of Payoli town is a familiar sight. Satishan teaches English to the children of his locality at a tutorial. Dinesh Babu has earned a name for himself as a consummate electrician in the Kolavipalam neighborhood. Braving the vagaries of the deep waters, this trio comprising Vijayan, Rameshan and Sajeevan ventures into the sprawling sea to earn their livelihood. For these youngsters of Kolavipalam, life never goes like a breeze. It is a struggle for survival all the way. But that doesn't daunt them from coming together to pursue a unique passion, bereft of personal benefits. Come September, they join hands for the protection of sea turtles belonging to the endangered olive ridley species. The Thiram Prakriti Samrakshana Samiti, as they have named their fraternity, enjoys wide support and participation of the local community. The 3-kilometer long beach of Kolavipalam is close to the estuary of the Iringil River, an ecological niche. The estuary is one of the nesting grounds for olive ridleys, the smallest of the marine turtles seen in the Indian seas. The 4 other sea turtle species are the hawksbill, the green turtle, the leatherback, and the loggerhead. Barring loggerhead, all the species are known to nest in India. The olive ridley is the most common variety of marine turtles found on the mainland coasts of India. During the breeding season, extending from September to March, males and females migrate from their feeding zone to the breeding zone, which may be thousands of kilometers apart. Mating occurs in the offshore waters of the breeding ground, and the females then come ashore to nest. The largest nesting grounds in India are along the east coast. Orissa coast in particular witnesses mass nesting by thousands of turtles. These dome-shelled mother turtles quietly crawl ashore during night to deliver their precious burden of eggs. They use their broad flippers to dig flask-shaped nests about 1.5 feet deep. In each clutch, they lay about 100 to 150 eggs. The eggs, weighing 35 grams on an average, are almost spherical and comparable to table tennis balls in size. They take utmost care to protect the eggs from predators. For that, they cover the pit with sand using their broad flippers. For further safety, they repeatedly hammer the surface with their bodies. Before sunrise, they trudge back to the sea, hoping that their eggs would be secure in the womb of Mother Earth. However, only a tiny portion of these eggs survive, as most succumb to sea and land predators human interference, and other natural hostilities. But in Kolavipalam, the case is different. Here the eggs are safe for hatching, thanks to the fraternity of the youth lovingly called the Friends of Turtles. The turtle preservation program began out of sheer curiosity aroused by a news report. Later on, it was realized that the sea turtle is a vital link in the marine ecosystem. This knowledge provided further impetus for preservation activities. Every September, the activities begin with the construction of hatcheries for keeping the eggs secure. The Kerala State Forest Department provides raw materials for construction purposes. At different locations on the beach, hatcheries are erected along with thatched roof shelters for keeping vigil. Over the years, the preservation program has evolved into a mass movement, enlisting active participation from different sections of the society. Before the launching of the program in 1992, most of the eggs were being destroyed by men or non-human predators. What brought us together for the protection activities is the knowledge that the olive ridley turtle is an endangered species facing extinction. The preservation program is a long-drawn, planned activity lasting 5 to 6 months. Every night, they assemble near the hatchery and break up into groups for scouting the shore. Sometimes, they succeed in collecting the eggs in the night itself. As it is difficult to spot the place in the night where turtles have laid the eggs, they search the shore in the mornings. Usually they proceed taking their cue from the marks of the flippers left on the sand and zero in on the exact spot using a pole. The unearthing of the eggs requires utmost caution, as the slightest fumbling could break the eggs. The eggs thus collected are then transferred to the hatchery. Artificial nests, identical in all aspects to the original ones, are dug out for keeping eggs. Besides providing ideal conditions for incubation, the hatchery with its strong bamboo fencing protects the eggs from predators like stray dogs, jackals and mongooses. Each batch of eggs is kept in separate nests marked with corresponding date. About 45 to 50 days after being deposited under sand, the eggs hatch. Little turtles spring up to life, freeing themselves from the sandy womb, each tiny turtle jostling with the other to reach out for the first ray of life. Attending to the silent birth pangs of these little ones, these youngsters stay awake throughout the night. The average carapace length of this tiny turtle is only 46 millimeters, while a fully grown olive ridley attains an average length of 70 centimeters to 1 meter. Unveiling the surrounding darkness, they swim frantically out towards the sea, maybe out of a natural instinct. If hatching occurs during daytime, the hatchlings are kept until evening and then released into the sea. Once they attain maturity, they are believed to return to the same breeding zone for nesting. During 1998-99, 53 turtles came for breeding and about 4,500 eggs were collected. Out of these, nearly 3,880 eggs hatched. This year, the number of turtles went up to 63 and nearly 5,700 eggs have been collected so far. After a few years, this shore could receive hundreds of mother turtles into its lap for maternity. But the existence of the coast itself is questioned due to illegal sand mining at the nearby estuary. The mining goes on unabated even after prohibitory orders from the court. The sea turtle's existence is further endangered by excessive trawling along the coast. This turtle, for instance, came ashore with a grievous head injury, probably caused by the propeller of a trawling boat. Lucky it was to come to the right place and into the right hands, which take great care in nursing and protecting turtles. Their efforts have also helped arouse public interest in conserving the coastal ecosystem. The number of turtles visiting Kolavipalam to nest is increasing every year. But will the young ones grow up and return to the same shore like their mothers? And when they come, will the shore be there to receive them into its bosom?
Welcome to the session on Organization of Knowledge in Libraries, Library Classification. In this session, we shall discuss canons for works in notational plane. As already mentioned in the last session, the notational system used in a scheme for classification should satisfy certain basic canons for notation and the canons of mnemonics. The basic canons for notation are grouped into two sets. First one, canons relating to notational synonyms and homonyms. Second, 5 antithetic pairs of canons. The first group includes two canons, namely canon of synonym and canon of homonym. The second set consists of 5 pairs of canons, which are such that the first one in each pair is a positive statement and the second one is its negation. Therefore, the first one should be preferred in each pair of canons. The 5 pairs are 1. Canon of relativity and canon of uniformity. Second, canon of hierarchy and canon of non-hierarchy. Third, canon of mixed base and canon of pure base. 4. Canon of faceted notation and canon of non-faceted notation. 5. Canon of co-extensiveness and canon of under-extensiveness. Canons for notational plane. 5 antithetic pairs of canons. First one, canon of relativity and canon of uniformity. Canon of relativity states that the number of digits or digit groups in a class number or isolate number should be the same as the order of the subject or the isolate idea, as the case may be represented by it. Canon of uniformity states that the number of digits in a class number should be constant whatever be the order of the subject or the isolate, as the case may be represented by it. If classification schemes follow canon of relativity, broader subjects will have shorter class numbers and subjects of greater intention will have longer class numbers. The general readers mostly require books of general nature. They will be exposed to class numbers of not more than 3 or 4 digits. Only specialist readers, who are only a smaller proportion, may require books with subjects of greater intention. They will be exposed to longer class numbers. As highly learned persons, they will not be affected by the length of class number. Uniformity in length of class numbers is not very much desirable. In computer processing and retrieval, uniformity of class numbers will be an advantage, because feeding the class numbers with the same number of digits will be easier. Colon classification, Dewey Decimal classification and universal decimal classification follow the canon of relativity, whereas Library of Congress classification, subject classification and Ryder's International classification follow the canon of uniformity. Next is canon of hierarchy and canon of non-hierarchy. Canon of hierarchy states, in a class number or in an isolate number, there should be a digit to represent each of the characteristics used in constructing the class number or the isolate number, as the case may be. Canon of non-hierarchy states, in a class number or in an isolate number, there need not be a digit to represent each of the characteristic used in constructing the class number or isolate number, as the case may be. It can be seen that if canon of hierarchy is followed, then the canon of relativity will be automatically satisfied. Generally, Colon classification, Dewey Decimal classification and universal decimal classification follow the canon of hierarchy, but sometimes they deliberately violate it to save digits in the class number. This phenomena is termed as telescoping of array. Telescoped array is defined as an array of classes in a schedule of classification made of coordinate and subordinate isolates as viewed from the idea plane, but whose class numbers appear to be coordinate as viewed from the notational plane. For example, we can see telescoped array of geographical isolates in Colon classification, Dewey Decimal classification and universal decimal classification. As viewed from the idea plane, world is the only class of order 1. There cannot be any other class of that order. When digit 1 is assigned to world, the digits higher than 1, that is 2 to 9, will remain unused. Therefore, these digits have been used to represent the different continents which are isolates of order 2 as viewed from the idea plane. In the notational plane, these subordinate isolates appear to be coordinate with isolate number 1 of world. Here, telescoping is done to utilize the otherwise unused digits. Thus, canon of hierarchy is purposely violated to observe economy in notation. Now, the next is canon of mixed base and canon of pure base. The term base is used to denote a set of digits used by a notational system. Base containing one and only one species of digits is called pure base. Base containing two or more species of digits is named mixed base. A base containing Indo-Arabic numerals 0 to 9 is a pure base of length 10. Similarly, a base containing Indo-Arabic numerals and Roman capital letters is a mixed base of length 36. Canon of mixed base states the base of the notational system of a scheme for classification should use two or more species of digits. Canon of pure base states the base of the notational system of a scheme for classification should use one and only one species of digits. The choice between the two opposing canons has to be made mainly on the basis of the number of classes to be accommodated in the scheme for classification. The universe of subjects is an ever increasing one. Even the capacity of a mixed base with Indo-Arabic numerals, Roman capitals and Roman small letters will prove to be insufficient to accommodate all the subjects and provide them distinct class numbers. Therefore, most of the general classification schemes use mixed notation to meet the challenge of the growing universe of subjects. Bibliographic classification BC, Collin classification CC and Library of Congress classification LC use mixed notation. CC uses Indo-Arabic numerals IAN, Roman capitals, Roman smalls, punctuation marks and brackets. Even though Universal Decimal Classification UDC use predominantly IAN with pronunciation marks, it allows the use of alphabetical device to specify individual names. DDC uses predominantly IAN with decimal fraction, but it has certain provisions for the use of Roman capital letters also. Ryder's International Classification RIC uses only pure notation of Roman capitals. Hence, it is not able to provide distinct class number for every subject. Every class number in the schedule stands for several subjects and thus violates the canon of homonym. Next is canon of faceted notation and canon of non-faceted notation. A multipartite notation is a linear horizontal right-handed notation with the digits separated into blocks of digits, usually by a space or a dot. A faceted notation is a multipartite notation with blocks of digits connected by a meaningful connecting digit, each connecting digit indicating the distinctive characteristic of the idea represented by the blocks of digits. Thus, the class numbers in a faceted notation consists of several parts and each part or block is separated from other parts by appropriate connecting symbols. Canon of faceted notation states a faceted notation should be used under any of the following conditions. First one, length of the base of the notation is 10 and the universe is likely to contain more than 1,000,000 entities or subjects. Second, length of the base is 56 and the universe is likely to contain more than 1,000 million entities or subjects. Canon of non-faceted notation. A non-faceted notation system may be adequate under any of the following conditions. First one, length of the base of the notation is 10 and the universe is likely to contain not more than 1,000,000 entities. Second, length of the base is 56 and the universe is likely to contain not more than 1,000 million entities. S.R. Ranganathan formulated this pair of canons after arithmetical calculations regarding the number of class numbers that can be derived from different base lengths. He estimated that the number of subjects in the universe of subjects was known to be very large, going even beyond 1000 trillions. A faceted notation with 4 facets can provide for as many as 1000 trillion class numbers. Hence, he suggested faceted notation for a library classification scheme. A faceted classification scheme has greater resilience against the pressure created by the emergence of new subjects. Next is canon of coextensiveness and canon of underextensiveness. Canon of coextensiveness states, in a class number, digits should be added successively so as to represent the measure of incidence of even the very last characteristic in the succession of characteristics admitted by the universe classified and relevant to the purpose of the classification. Canon of underextensiveness is, in a class number, it is not essential that digits should be continued so as to represent the measure of incidence of the last characteristic in the succession of characteristics admitted by the universe classified and relevant to the purpose of the classification. These canons imply the definitions of the following classificatory terms. First one is coextensiveness, second, close classification, third, broad classification. The term coextensiveness, when applied to the classification of documents, means the inclusion of the measure of incidence of each of the relevant characteristic of the subject embodied in the document classified in its class number. Close classification, which is also known as minute classification, follows strictly the canon of coextensiveness. A classification scheme in which the class number of a subject is not used as the class number of any of its subdivisions or of its coordinate divisions is called a scheme for close classification. A scheme for broad classification is a scheme in which the class number of a subject is used also as the class number of each of its subdivisions or its coordinate divisions. In this context, S.R. Ranganathan says that there is a need for close classification at 2 levels of exposition of subjects, one for macro subjects and the other for micro subjects. Classification schemes may be designed for use at both the levels. For example, the CC with its faceted structure tries to meet this challenge at macro subject level and the depth version of CC at the micro subject level. UDC also has similar arrangement. Its enlarged editions provide coextensive class numbers at book level, whereas its fascicules on special subjects can be used for classifying articles at micro subject level. Next is canons of mnemonics. It is essential that a classification scheme should possess mnemonic quality in its notation because it is of great value to the classifier as well as the user. By mnemonic notation, we mean that wherever a subject appears, it is always the same notation throughout the classification. Mnemonic notation has the following advantages. First one, it assists the memory of the classifier in constructing class numbers for documents, thereby reducing to a greater extent the work of reference to classification schedules and indexes. Second, it helps to achieve a consistent sequence in similar arrays. Third, it reduces the size of the classification schedules. Fourth, it helps the regular library users in remembering class numbers of documents, thereby reducing the work of reference to library catalog. Next is general canon of mnemonics. S.R. Ranganathan formulated a general canon of mnemonics which is stated as follows. The digit or digit group used to represent a specific concept in a class number should be the same in all class numbers having that concept represented in them, provided that insistence on such consistent representation does not violate more important requirements. Usually, the mnemonic quality in notation is achieved by using special memory aids and devices introduced in the scheme of classification. Now, let us see kinds of mnemonics. S.R. Ranganathan recognized the application of 4 kinds of mnemonics in classificatory notation. First is alphabetical mnemonics, second scheduled mnemonics, third systematic mnemonics, fourth seminal mnemonics. Accordingly, he stated 4 corresponding canons also. First one, canon of alphabetical mnemonics. Alphabets have ordinal value with respect to their mutual sequence. They can also be used as decimal fraction. Hence, they are quite suited for us as digits in the construction of class numbers or their constituents. Representing an idea by the first letter or the first few letters of its verbal name in the class number is called alphabetical device. Application of alphabetical device in constructing class numbers is referred to as alphabetical or verbal mnemonic in classification. Alphabetical arrangement in any universe does not give a helpful sequence in most cases. However, if arrangement on the basis of any other characteristic is not seen more helpful, then the alphabetical arrangement may be preferred with advantage. Ranganathan prescribed the canon of alphabetical mnemonics as follows. Alphabetical mnemonics should be rejected without any hesitation if a sequence more helpful to readers or more filiatory than alphabetical sequence exists. Alphabetical mnemonics should be preferred if the alphabetical sequence is as helpful as any other sequence and if an international nomenclature exists in the field to which it is applied. It can be seen that LC prescribed alphabetical device more often than others. UDC is more sparing in using alphabetical device. It prescribes alphabetical device for biographical studies and literary authors. DDC does not generally employ alphabetical device, but in some instances as an optional device to give local emphasis and a shorter number. CC prescribes alphabetical device only in limited cases, such as for the arrangement of different brands of products and different strains of agricultural crops and cultivars. Next is canon of scheduled mnemonics. Canon of scheduled mnemonics states, a scheme for classification should use one and the same digit or digit group, as the case may be, to represent an isolate idea in whatever subject it may occur. According to this canon, the same concept represented by the same term should be the same number in all its place of occurrence. This canon will automatically secure conformity to the canon of consistent sequence. CC satisfies this canon by means of chronological device, that is using chronological characteristic to derive notation, geographical device, that is using geographical characteristic to derive notation, subject device, that is using subject characteristic to derive notation, schedule of common isolates, referring to parallel schedules. DDC satisfies the canon by using its tables of 1. Standard subdivisions, 2. Area, 3. subdivisions for individual literature, 4. subdivisions for individual languages, 5. racial, ethnic, national groups, 6. languages, 7. groups of persons. The add to device in DDC also helps to satisfy this canon. Next is canon of systematic mnemonics. Statement of the canon is: in a scheme for classification, the digits used to represent the array isolate ideas in an array should run parallel to the sequence in which the principles for helpful sequence would arrange the array isolate ideas. It can be seen that CC, DDC and UDC follow this canon in the enumeration of their various schedules. For example, the different divisions under the subject stratigraphy are arranged according to the principle of later in time. Similarly, various animal groups in zoology are arranged according to the principle of later in evolution. Next is canon of seminal mnemonics. It is possible to have the same concept enumerated in different places but with different terms. For example, disease in medicine and social pathology in sociology are different at the terminological level, but they mean the same idea at the conceptual level. Since these terms are seminally equivalent, they are denoted by the same digit 4 in CC. Generalization of this practice comes in the form of canon of seminal mnemonics, which is stated as: a scheme for classification should use one and the same digit to denote seminally equivalent concept in whatever subject they may occur. Colon classification is the only scheme which conforms to the canon of seminal mnemonics. CC provides a paragraph on page 1.32 presenting sets of related or seminally equivalent concepts along with the numbers allocated to each set ranging from 1 to 8. Each digit can also be used to represent any correlate of the seminal concepts listed against each digit. According to this table, the concepts unity, God, world, first in evolution or time, one dimension or line, solid state are denoted in CC by the number 1. Use of seminal mnemonics gives high degree of autonomy to individual classifiers. It enables them to construct class numbers to newly emerging subjects with consistency even before the publication of a revised edition of the classification scheme. Now let us summarize what we have discussed so far. As we have seen, this part first describes the first antithetic pairs of canons for notation. The first one in each pair is a positive statement and the second one is its negation. Therefore, the first one should be preferred in each pair of canons. Then the advantage of using mnemonics in classificatory notation is mentioned and the general canon of mnemonics is stated. The 4 kinds of mnemonics recognized by S.R. Ranganathan in classification is mentioned and the corresponding 4 canons, namely canon of alphabetical mnemonics, canon of scheduled mnemonics, canon of systematic mnemonics and canon of seminal mnemonics are stated with appropriate explanation. Here are a few assignments for you to work out. First one, state and explain the canon of seminal mnemonics. Second, write a short note on canon of hierarchy. Third, examine how far the classification schemes CC, DDC and UDC follow the canon of systematic mnemonics. 4. What is mnemonics? What are the advantages of using mnemonic notation? 5. Explain the different kinds of mnemonics recognized in library classification. Here are a few books for further references. Theory of Classification, 4th edition revised, written by Krishna Kumar, published by Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1988. Library Classification, Facets and Analysis, written by Shahabat Hussain, published by Tata McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1993. Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition, written by Ranganathan S.R., published by Sharda Ranganathan Endowment for Library Science, Bangalore, 1967. Bachelor of Library Information Science Study Material, University of Calicut, 1995. Thank you for watching this session. See you in the next session. Until then, bye.
Subject of nuclear astrophysics, the overlap area of nuclear physics and astrophysics is of great significance now in physics research today. It answers some of the key questions like the stellar structure, like the production of elements in stars and the death of large stars. Particularly of interest today are some of the experiments done in the laboratory all over the world which are assisting in this research on nuclear astrophysics. We are very happy that one of the renowned nuclear astrophysicists of the world, Professor Klaus Roos of the University of Bochum, is here with us. And we will discuss some of the key issues of the area of nuclear astrophysics. I should also mention that Professor Roos recently was the recipient of the American Physical Society's prestigious Hans A. Bethe Prize for the year 2010, given by the Division of Astrophysics of APS. Now, Professor Roos, what do you think is the importance of nuclear astrophysics today?
Well, we learned over the 50 past years that we are connected to distant space and time, not only by our imagination, but by a common cosmic heritage, namely the chemical elements which make up our bodies and our surroundings. These chemical elements have been produced over billions of years in very massive stars, and these stars, when they had exhausted their energy reservoir, they exploded. And as a consequence of this explosion, they ejected the treasures they made during their lifetime inside their stomach out into space, where these elements mixed with the ashes and dust of other star explosions. Therefore, the elements in interstellar space, out of which our solar system and therefore the Earth was born some 5 billion years ago, inherited the ashes of previous stars. So the oxygen and nitrogen in our air, the iron in our blood, the calcium in our bones, all these elements were made inside stars many billion years ago. In a certain sense, therefore, we all have been inside a star, we all have been between the stars, and since the universe has a beginning with a Big Bang, we all were once there. This beautiful picture of the universe and its evolution, the origin of the elements we are made of, this beautiful picture needs verification, justification by experiments. Astronomy is a field observing the universe, but to explain the observations of astronomy, one needs astrophysics. One needs to study the microscopic processes taking place inside the stars, and only when one has done these experiments, then with that information one can see whether one can understand the observed features. Of course, these experiments are extremely difficult. Einstein said once, "The Lord is tricky, but he is not mad. He allows you to find his secrets. But these secrets are not easy to find, and you must spend a lot of thinking and a lot of imagination to untackle these secrets." And that's where the open field is. You have many beautiful theories, but theories are not truths. Every theory must be confronted with experimental facts. And only when we have the facts, then we can slowly say that we understand the universe and its objects. And I'm very glad to be here and having contact with many young Indian students, which have made a very great impression on me, that with their excitement, with their intelligence, they will be able to contribute a mosaic stone in this beautiful picture of the universe and its objects.
Could you mention some specific experiments done in the laboratory in the last few years which really helped some of the key issues?
Yes. There was a very important issue, how the sun, our sun, produces its energy since 5 billion years. And only through the development of nuclear physics in the 1930s, one found an answer, namely that the sun produces energy by nuclear power, by the fusion of hydrogen, which the sun has a lot of, into helium. With that assumption, one could understand the solar luminosity, one could understand the long burning time of the sun. But as we learned in physics, a hypothesis that the sun burns nuclear has to be proven. Once, in the Middle Age, people thought the Earth is a flat disk, because when you look at the horizon you see a straight line, until improved observations showed that the Earth is not flat but a sphere. Therefore, what we think from normal human mind understanding must not necessarily be truth. Therefore, the question was, can we somehow look inside the sun to see what the sun is doing right now, whether the sun really burns fusion reactions to make energy. And in the 1960s, the idea was that there are some strange particles created in their fusion called neutrinos, little neutral particles. They have no mass, or very little mass. They have no charge. They have plenty of no properties, and therefore they can escape easily the sun and arrive 8 minutes later on Earth. And so if one could observe those neutrinos, one could look inside the sun as it was 8 minutes ago. That means practically today. And indeed, huge detectors have been built and one found neutrinos. So it was a great success because this hypothesis that the sun burns on nuclear power appeared to be proven. However, there was a red hair in the soup because one did not observe the full amount of neutrinos as expected, roughly a factor 3 less. This could mean on one side that now the sun produces less energy, and therefore the sun will shine a factor 3 less powerful. Now, of course, it takes a while until the sun will shine less, but even a little bit reduction of solar power would produce an ice time on Earth, a deadly consequence for human beings. So one hoped for another solution. One possible solution was that the microscopic processes inside the sun that were based on experimental data but not measured directly at the energy relevant for the sun, that they could be wrong. And for that reason, I, together with an Italian friend, Gianni Fiorentini, some 20 years ago, we decided to have a laboratory underground in the Gran Sasso mountain, about 2,000 meters below the top of the mountain, and there we could perform such experiments for the first time. The laboratory is called LUNA. LUNA is the Italian name for the moon, but in this case it doesn't mean the moon. It stands shortening for Laboratory Underground for Nuclear Astrophysics. And for the first time we could measure directly these reactions inside the sun at the relevant energy and could show that the previous extrapolation was correct. Therefore, the solar neutrino problem, this factor missing, factor 3, could not be based on nuclear physics. The reason why one is behind this factor 3 is the following. The sun is a test case for astrophysics. The sun is the best of all studied stars. And if we don't understand the best studied of all stars, we have no hope to understand all the other billions of stars. Therefore, one had to understand very well the sun. And that's why for about 50 years, many scientists were involved, including nuclear physicists. And as I said, this was a key that the solar neutrino problem could not be solved by nuclear physics. And only a few years ago one found the answer by another neutrino detector called SNOW in northern Canada, showing that neutrinos can oscillate, a complete new property in nature. And so I think nuclear physics and these experiments took about 6 years of running. So these are not experiments for a weekend. It takes lots of brains, lots of strength, and again, only because there were many young students involved which have power, which have fantasy, you have energy, enthusiasm, you can do such experiments, and I'm sure you have the same quality of students here in India to attack many of the remaining key issues in the universe.
Okay, what are the interesting future experiments and theoretical challenges in nuclear astrophysics that you think of?
Well, I think most of the so-called key reactions in astrophysics in stars operate about many thousands of reactions, but only about 20 of them are of key importance because they also determine how a given star evolves in the future, whether it explodes or does not explode. Nuclear physics is the key which will give us the answer. So amongst these are reactions in the hydrogen burning, like in the sun, then there's helium burning, and most important for the final evolution is what is called carbon burning, and there we have no information how this burning appears at the relevant energy. And indeed, the explosions of stars called supernova, we see them every night in some galaxies. In our own Milky Way, the last supernova was 400 years ago. So every 300, 400 years ago, we expect another supernova in our Milky Way. So right now, any night there could be another supernova. And the supernova will be so bright, it will be another full moon on the sky. But theoreticians have not managed to simulate such a star explosion on their computer. There are lots of problems, and if we would not see supernovae every night, the theoreticians would say supernovae cannot exist in nature because we cannot simulate it on our computer. I think a major piece of physics is missing, and I'm convinced that nuclear physics might be part of it. So fusion of heavy ions, carbon plus carbon, is very important to understand, for example, the explosion mechanism in supernovae.
Now let us come to the question of funding. How do you think nuclear astrophysics is funded in Europe, in the different countries?
Well, I think not well enough. Nuclear astrophysics was for many years dominated by one lab, namely in California, at Pasadena, the California Institute of Technology, and there at the so-called Kellogg Laboratory, where famous physicists like the Nobel laureate Willy Fowler worked, and he dominated essentially for decades the field. When he died, and also I was there and I fell in love with the field, and when I turned back to Germany I continued this research field, but it was considered as something exotic. It was not real nuclear physics, and nuclear physicists dominated the funding, and the astrophysicists got a little breadcrumbs from the table. Not enough to live and too much to die. So we never got really well funding. Now slowly it changes because the nuclear physicists themselves found out that their future lies more in astrophysics. But they still only support themselves, namely what they now have available, radioactive ion beams. While the classical fields, like as I said, these key reactions, nuclear physicists think, oh, it's all well known. It's old kind of physics. No, it is a physics which we need to understand if we want to learn how the universe works. So we are still not treated well, although we give a justification why nuclear physics should go on. But we are not treated well. We are not given enough bread and butter to do our experiments in the way they should be done. So I must say my answer is no. Although nuclear astrophysics is at the frontier, it is a very important field. Our nuclear physics colleagues do not take us with a weighting factor to continue this research with funding, so we could go at a better speed. We have less funding, so therefore things take longer. We have to develop ourselves equipment with students, which takes a long time. Of course, I like that students themselves get hands on equipment. They learn that way much more than if you buy something from the shelf. They build something and they have to tears if it is not successful, and they have the joy if it is successful. So I think that way they get hands on nature and learn what to do, and I think that's an important aspect for education of young students.
Yeah, at this point I should mention that India also is planning to have facilities. There is this concept of India-based Neutrino Observatory, or INO, where the work will start very soon of developing the underground laboratory in Tamil Nadu, and so maybe 5-6 years from now one can start doing the first experiment there. This will be one of the first Indian underground facilities. Along with that, in nuclear astrophysics, Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics in Calcutta is planning to have a facility for nuclear astrophysics. It's called FEMA, Facility for Research in Experimental Nuclear Astrophysics. So India also has recognized the importance of the areas of neutrino astrophysics and nuclear astrophysics, and there is a fair amount of funding coming for this. Now, Professor Robbs, this is your second visit to India, and how do you enjoy your stay here?
Tremendously. I like the people, I like their friendship, I like their hospitality, and I enjoy nature. I enjoy this rich garden of Eden, the kind of paradise you have here. And this is my second visit, and this time I could stay a little bit longer than on my first visit, and I enjoy it tremendously. And if the Lord gives me a little bit more years to live, then I would be very pleased to come back and be part of your enterprises. I am sure you will be successful because you have very intelligent, eager, young persons to attack the impossible. I call all these experiments impossible, but there's nothing impossible in life if you have young people. Young people are optimists, and you need to be an optimist in order to be a realist. A pessimist would always say, oh, it will not work, so he will not even start doing it. You must be optimist, and I think you're young people. I met now in Calcutta, I met here at the school. I see them in their eyes optimism, and that's the key fire for success.
So Professor Robbs loves communicating and loves interacting with the students. In both his visits you have seen that. So what is your last message for the students in India who are pursuing nuclear astrophysics and nuclear physics?
Have courage. Never give up on problems. Always problems have a solution. And sometimes even if you work on a problem, you find something surprising, which then even leads to another field of physics, some applications, which you would never find such a new development from a pure theoretical ground. Only when you try to do experiments, try to solve problems, then you will sometimes be confronted with something nobody understands. And that, as I said, might lead to new developments, even industrial. And so my message is to the young Indian students, have courage, hang in there, you will find a solution, maybe not tomorrow, Sometimes one has to work 2-3 years on a given problem, but it's worthwhile to find out the secrets of the Lord, or of Muhammad, or of Buddha, whatever Lord you believe in.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming to India, and I'm sure we will make more visits and we will really welcome that.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the session Postmodern Aesthetics. Before we deal with postmodernism, we need to understand what modernism is. The term modernism is widely used to denote the new and experimental features in the subjects, forms, concepts and styles of arts and literature in the first half of the 20th century. Modernism is important for unique styles that it developed. Imagism, expressionism, cubism, futurism, symbolism, etc. were part of modernism. The term postmodernism is very often applied to the art and literature after Second World War. The term was first used emphatically in the 1960s by critics such as Leslie Fiedler and Ihab Hassan for the change of sensibility that occurred during the period. Arnold Toynbee, the historian, became the first person to use the term outside specific artistic sense when he announced in the 1950s that we were entering the postmodern age. The term gained much acceptance in the 1970s to denote first architecture and later dance, theatre, painting, film and music. Richard Appignanesi and Chris Garrett pointed out that the ambiguity of the term postmodern starts with its grammar, which literally means after, just now. The word aesthetic is derived from the Greek word meaning aesthetic or sensitive. The term was later adopted by Alexander Baumgartner, Swiss poet and writer on literature in 1734, to mean taste or sense of beauty. Aesthetics is a part of philosophy dealing with nature of art, beauty and taste, with the creation and appreciation of beauty. Scientifically speaking, it is defined as the study of sensory and sensorial values. Scholars also define it as critical reflection on art, culture and nature. An important theoretician of postmodernism is Jean-François Lyotard. Lyotard was a French philosopher, sociologist, professor and literary theorist. He is known for his analysis of postmodernism in relation to human condition. He was asked by the Council of Universities of Quebec, Canada, in the late 1970s to do a survey of the state of knowledge in the Western world. He came up with the definition for postmodernism as, I quote, incredulity to meta-narratives, unquote. David Harvey, the British professor of anthropology and geography at City University of New York, in his book The Condition of Postmodernity, defines postmodernity as the situation after the collapse of Enlightenment project. Enlightenment, Harvey said, I quote, took it as axiomatic that there was only one possible answer to any question, unquote. Richard Rorty is another theoretician of postmodernism. He also shared Lyotard's skepticism towards Enlightenment reason and meta-narratives. Rorty makes sense out of contingency and fragmentariness of contemporary life by turning to language and aesthetic experience. Susan Sontag, considered to be one of the harbingers of postmodern trend, with her essay Against Interpretation, it charts out the gradual transition from art of interpretation to art against interpretation, or from modernism to postmodernism. By interpretation, Sontag means, I quote, a conscious act of mind which illustrates a certain chord, certain rules of interpretation, unquote. For her, interpretation doesn't always prevail. In fact, a great deal of today's art may be understood as motivated by a flight from interpretation. To avoid interpretation, art may become parody, or it may become abstract, or it may become merely decorative, or it may become non-art. The flight from interpretation seems particularly a feature of modern painting. Abstract painting is the attempt to have, in the ordinary sense, no content. Since there is no content, there can be no interpretation. Pop art works by the opposite means to the same result, using content so blatant, so what it is. It too ends by being uninterpretable. Susan Sontag's analysis clearly shows her preference for high arts. Anyway, one of the important features of postmodern art is the bringing together of high and low culture through the use of industrial materials and pop culture imagery. While this fusing began in the modernist period, it became fully developed in the postmodern era. Leslie Fiedler prefers to promote a new personal stand towards culture. He hails new artists as the representatives of an apocalyptic future. He praises it as more black than white, preparing for a post-humanist, post-male, post-heroic world. Ihab Hassan on many occasions offered a table of features contrasting modernism and postmodernism, romanticism and symbolism versus pataphysics and Dadaism, form versus anti-form, purpose versus play, design versus chance, hierarchy versus anarchy, presence versus absence, metaphor versus metonymy, readerly versus writerly, and determinacy versus indeterminacy, etc. Pluralism is an important concept in postmodernism. It doesn't make any differentiation between high art and low art. Leslie Fiedler, the American critic and thinker, wrote the essay, "Cross the Border, Close the Gap, Postmodernism." The gap Fiedler was talking about was that of high art and low art. Fiedler hails the lowbrow, anti-rational, apocalyptic sensibility. In order to discover postmodernism, we have to seek the richness of meaning rather than its clarity. Charles Jenks, in What is Postmodernism, says that pluralism is the ism of our times, and it is both a problem and an opportunity, where every man becomes a cosmopolite and every woman a liberated individual. Confusion and anxiety became a state of mind, and ersatz a common form of mass cultures. Akbar S. Ahmed too suggests this aspect when he says postmodernist montage mixes the highbrow and the populist, the alienation and the accessible. The taste for him is eclectic and the outlook decayed. Postmodernism coexists with the age of media. Postmodern art could also be called as the art in the age of mass media. As Marshall McLuhan has said, the world has shrunk to a global village. Infotainment has become a key concept. Movements in postmodern art. The first one is conceptual art, installation art, lowbrow art, performance art, digital art, intermedia and multimedia, appropriation art, and neoclassical art, neo-expressionism and painting. Conceptual art. The term conceptual art was first used by Edward K. Knowles, American installation artist and sculptor in the late 1950s. It means a form of contemporary art which gives priority to an idea presented by visual means that are themselves secondary to the idea. This form of art may not have an inner face value, but can deliver a powerful message and thus serve as a vehicle for socio-political comment. It also is a challenge to the tradition of a work of art as a crafted and unique object. Conceptual art is sometimes called as postmodern art because it is clearly involved in deconstructing what makes a work of art art. Conceptual art because it is often designed to confront, offend, or attack notions held by many of the people who view it is regarded with particular controversy. Precursors to conceptual art include the work of Marcel Degas, the famous French artist. His ready-mades including snow shawls, bicycle wheels, bottle racks, and most famously fountain are widely understood as having anticipated some of the major trends which became widespread in the 1960s. His mixed media installations incorporating previously functional objects established the principle that art could be about concepts and ideas, even playful or ironic, rather than mimetic or formalist. Deschamps' work has been given postmodern status because he believed that the artist should decide what art was. Degas challenged the conventional ideas about art and aesthetic judgments. How we evaluate the art we see. Rauschenberg's erased de Kooning drawing is an important work in the conceptual way. Many conceptual works take the position that art is created by the viewer, viewing an object, or act as art, not from the intrinsic qualities of the work itself. This, because fountain was exhibited, it was a sculpture. It was just a urinal kept upside down. Installation art. Installation art, which emerged in the 1970s, is a postmodern art practiced by a large number of contemporary artists. It incorporates a range of two-dimensional and three-dimensional materials to influence the way we perceive a particular space. They are artistic inventions designed to make us rethink our lives and values. This visual art can vary from the very simple to the very complex. An installation can be gallery-based, digital-based, electronic-based, or web-based. Marcel Degas can be considered as the originator of installation art too. An important series of movements in art which have consistently been described as postmodern involved installation art and creation of artifacts that is conceptual in nature. One example being the science of Jenny Holzer, which uses the devices of art to convey specific messages such as "protect me from what I want." Installation art has been important in determining the spaces selected for museums of contemporary art in order to be able to hold the large works which are composed of vast collages of manufactured and found objects. These installations and collages are often electrified with moving parts and lights. They are often designed to create environmental effects, as Christo and Jean Claude's Iron Curtain wall of 240 oil barrels blocking Rue Visconti, Paris, June 1962, which was a poetic response to the Berlin Wall built in 1961. Famous modern artists are Joseph Beuys, Bruce Nauman, Damien Hirst, and Tracy Emin. Lowbrow art. The word lowbrow is the opposite of highbrow, which means concerned with serious or intellectually high art. Lowbrow art describes an underground visual art movement that arose in Los Angeles, California area in the 1960s. Lowbrow art is a widespread populist art movement with origins in the underground comics world, punk music, street culture, and other California subcultures. It is often known by the name pop surrealism. Lowbrow art highlights a central theme in postmodernism in that the distinction between high and low are no longer recognized. Lowbrow art often has a sense of humor, which is sometimes gleeful, sometimes impish, and sometimes a sarcastic comment. Performance art. It is a major form of art movement in the 1960s and 70s. It takes as its medium the artist herself. It is difficult to define, but an important characteristic is the requirement of the artist to perform or express her or his art before a live audience. To have the audience watch the artist construct an installation would be a good example of performance art. Digital art. Digital art is a general term for a range of artistic works and practices that use digital technology as an essential part of the creative and or presentation process. The impact of digital technology has transformed activities such as painting, drawing, sculpture, and music, sound art, while new forms such as net art, digital installation art, and virtual reality have become recognized as artistic practices. Intermedia and multimedia. Another trend in art which has been associated with the term postmodern is the use of a number of different media together. Intermedia, a term coined by Dick Higgins and meant to convey new art forms along the lines of fluxus, concrete poetry, performance art, and computer art. Higgins was a poet and an admirer of Marcel Deja. Ehab Hassan includes, I quote, intermedia, the fusion of forms, the confusion of realms, unquote, in his list of characteristics of postmodern art. One of the most common forms of multimedia art is the use of videotape and CRT monitors, termed video art. Appropriation art and neo-conceptual art. In his 1980 essay, The Allegorical Impulse Toward a Theory of Postmodernism, Craig Owens identifies the re-emergence of an allegorical impulse as characteristic of postmodern art. This impulse can be seen in the appropriation art of artists such as Sherry Levine, Robert Longo, because allegorical imagery is appropriated imagery. Appropriation art debunks modernist notions of artistic genius and originality and is more ambivalent and contradictory than modern art, simultaneously installing and subverting ideologies. Neo-expressionism and painting. Neo-expressionism refers to the last international contemporary art movement which emerged during the late 1970s and 1980s. They revitalized painting with strong colors as well as motifs drawn from Mannerism, Cubism, German Expressionism, surrealism and pop art. The return to the traditional art forms of sculpture and painting in the late 1970s and early 1980s is seen in the work of neo-expressionist artists such as George Baselitz and Julian Schnabel. Has been described as postmodern tendency and one of the coherent movements to emerge in the postmodern era. Its strong links with the commercial art market has raised questions, however, both about its status as a postmodern movement and the definition of postmodernism itself. Hal Foster states that Neo-expressionism favored the conservative cultural politics of the Reagan-Bush era in the US. The critics of neo-expressionism revealed that money and public relations really sustained contemporary art world credibility in America. Now, let's make a brief conclusion of postmodernism. It denotes the overall experimental tendencies in the Western arts since the 1940s, which rejected many of the modernist tendencies. Now we have a few questions. Is postmodernism a continuation of modernism or a rejection of modernism? And the second question, what does avant-garde mean? Here are some books for your reference. Richard Appignanesi and Chris Garrett, Postmodernism for Beginners, Dexford, UK, Icon, 1995. Frederick Jameson, Postmodernism or the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, London, Verso, 1991. Jean-Francois Lyotard, The Postmodern Condition, translated by Geoffrey Bennington and Brian Masumi, Minneapolis, Manchester University Press, 1979. Thank you for watching this session. Hope you have got some ideas on postmodern aesthetics. We'll discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the topic Social Learning Theory and Social Constructivism. Module 1, Social Learning Theory, Bandura and Walters. Social learning theories are those which emphasize learning through observation of others. The cognitive psychologists who appreciate the role of observation in learning are termed as social psychologists, and the theory of learning they propagate is known as social learning theory. These theories emphasize the significant role played by social experiences to which children are exposed. Albert Bandura and Richard Walters came out with an innovative approach. They put forth that what an individual presents to the world at large as his personality is acquired through a continuous process of structuring and restructuring of experience gathered by means of social learning and later imitated in corresponding situations. According to Bandura and Walters, during early period of child's life, besides maturation, imitation and social learning influence their style of behavior and performance in various walks of life. Children pick up etiquette and attitudes by watching their parents and elders, often mannerisms from popular actors and models whom they see on television or in films. The imitation of models' behavior are further reinforced in the viewer's mind by the reward or recognition that the model receives. Module 2. Bandura's theory of social learning can be explained under the following three headings. First one, reciprocal determinism. Second one, self-system. And the third one, principles of observational learning. Reciprocal determinism. The social learning theory explains behavior in terms of triadic, dynamic and reciprocal interaction of the event, personal factors and behavior. Some sources of influences are stranger than other and that they do not all occur simultaneously. In fact, the interaction between the three factors will differ based on the individual. In this diagram, we can see there are 3 points E, P and B. E stands for environment, B for behavior and P for person. The person behavior or PB interaction involves the bidirectional influence of one's thoughts, emotions and biological properties and one's actions. A bidirectional interaction also occurs between environment and personal characteristics, that is EP. In this process, human expectations, beliefs and cognitive competency are developed and modified by the social influence and physical structure within the environment. The social influence can convey information and activate emotional reactions through such factors as modeling, instruction and social persuasion. The final interaction occurs between behavior and environment, that is BE. Bandura says that people are both products and producers of their environment. A person's behavior will determine the aspects of their environment to which they are exposed and behavior in turn modified by that environment. Second, self-system. In social learning theory, a self-system is not a psychic agent that controls behavior. Rather, it refers to cognitive structures that provide reference mechanism to set of functions for perception, evaluation and regulation of behavior. There are 3 components in self-system. They are self-observation, judgment process and self-response. Self-observation. We look at ourselves, our behavior and keep tabs on it. Judgment. We compare what we see with a standard. For example, we can compare our performance with traditional standards such as rules of table manners, or we can compete with others or with ourselves. Self-response. If we did well in comparison with our standard, we give ourselves rewarding self-responses. If we did poorly, we give ourselves punishing self-responses. These self-responses can range from the obvious, that is treating ourselves to a Sunday work, to the more covert, that is feelings of pride or shame. Self-efficacy. A very important concept in psychology that can be understood with self-regulation is self-efficacy. It is one's belief about one's ability to perform behaviors that should lead to expected outcomes, by Bandura in 1995. In other words, self-efficacy is a person's belief in his or her ability to succeed in a particular situation. Since Bandura published his paper, Self-Efficacy Toward a Unifying Theory of Behavioral Change, the subject has become one of the most studied topics in psychology. Third one, principles of observational learning. Observational learning occurs when an organism's responding is influenced by the observation of others who are called models. In human culture, novel behavior is very frequently acquired by observing the behavior of others. Bandura maintains that people's characteristics pattern of behavior are shaped by the model that they are exposed to. An observer attends and stores a mental representation of a model. We observe our parents, teachers, members of our family and society, and we try to imitate it. So behavior can be influenced by others. To illustrate that people learn from watching others, Bandura constructed an experiment entitled Bobo Doll Behavior, a study of aggression. In this experiment, Bandura exposed a group of children video featuring violent and aggressive actions. For the experiment, Bandura made a film of one of his students, a young woman essentially beating up a Bobo doll. Bobo doll is an inflatable egg-shaped balloon creature with a weight in the bottom that makes it bob back up when you knock him down. The woman punched the clown shouting, "Sockaroo!" She kicked it, sat on it, hit it with the little hammer, and so on, shouting various aggressive phrases. Bandura showed this film to groups of kindergartners who liked it a lot. Then they were let out to play. In the playroom, there were several observers with pens and clipboards in hand, a brand new Bobo doll and a few little hammers. The observers recorded that a lot of little kids beat the daylights out of Bobo doll. They punched it and shouted, "Sockaroo!" kicked it, sat on it, hit it with the little hammers, and so on. In short, they imitated the young lady in the film, and quite precisely at that. Model. A model is a person whose behavior is observed by others. At one time or another, everyone serves as model for others. Bandura's key point is that many response tendencies are the product of imitation. Learning through modeling involves adding and subtracting from the observed behavior and generalizing from one situation to another. That is, modeling is not simply mimicry or imitation. It is more than matching the actions of others. It involves symbolically representation of others and storing it for use at a future time. Factors influencing modeling. A number of factors can influence modeling. A. Stimulus properties of the model. It includes the model's age, sex, and status relative to that of subjects are varied. High status models are more imitated. Model similarity to the subject, the sex of the models may influence the behavior of the male and female observers. Boys tended to show more aggressive behaviors than girls after watching a female model, whereas girls tended to imitate the aggressive actions of female model more often than a male model. Observers imitate the behavior of competent model more rapidly than those of an incompetent one. They tend to be more strongly influenced by models who are similar to themselves in terms of personal background and physical appearance. B. Types of behavior exemplified by the model. Hostile or aggressive behavior are imitated to a high degree. The subject will adopt self-reward standards similar to those of the model. C. Consequences of model's behavior. Rewarded behavior of the models are more likely to be imitated. Observers also tend to learn more of the behaviors of the model when the models are highly nurturing or rewarding and when they have control over the future resources of the observers. We learn by observing the behavior of others and the occasions on which they are reinforced for their actions and alter our behavior accordingly. D. Motivational set given to the subject. Instruction given to the subject before he observes the model provide him with a high or low motivation to pay attention to and learn the model's behavior. Motivating instructions may be given after the subject view the model and before he is tested. This aids in distinguishing learning from performance of imitative responses. According to social learning theory, models have a great impact on personality development. Children learn to be assertive, self-sufficient, dependable, easygoing, and so forth by observing others behaving in these ways. Process of observational learning. Observational learning is governed by four component processes. The first one, attention process. If learning is observational, paying attention to model's behavior is a critical first step. Among the various attention determinants, associational patterns are clearly of major importance. The people with whom are regularly associates, either through preference or imposition, delimit the types of behavior that will be repeatedly observed and hence learned most thoroughly. Attention to models also channeled by their interpersonal attraction. Models who possess engaging qualities are sought out, while those lacking pleasing characteristics are generally ignored or rejected. Some forms of modeling are so intrinsically rewarding that they hold the attention of people of all ages for extended periods. Second one, retention process. The ability to store information is also an important part of the learning process. Retention can be affected by a number of factors, but the ability to pull up information later and act on it is vital to observational learning. Thus, we must be able to retain and remember what we have paid attention to. This is where imagery and language come in. We store what we have seen the model doing in the form of mental images or verbal descriptions. When so stores, we can later bring up the image or description so that we can reproduce it with our own behavior. Third one, motor reproduction process. The third component of modeling involves converting symbolic representation into appropriate actions. Behavioral reproduction is achieved by organizing one's response spatially and temporarily in accordance with the model patterns. Bandura divides motor reproduction into the first one, selecting and organizing the response elements. Second one, refining the response on the basis of informative feedback. Fourth one, motivational process. Observational learning is most effective when the learners are motivated to perform the modeled behaviors. Attention and representation can lead to the acquisition of learning, but performance is facilitated by motivation to enact that particular behavior. Reinforcement and punishment play an important role in motivation. While experiencing these motivators can be highly effective, one can also observe other experiences such as some type of reinforcement or punishment that others are being subjected to. Unlike Skinner, Bandura thinks of reinforcement in broader manner. As a result, he talks about direct reinforcement, vicarious reinforcement, and self-administrated reinforcement. First one, direct reinforcement. According to Bandura and Walters, the most fundamental and significant principle of social learning is the principle of reinforcement. Most of our behavior in social situations are acquired through reinforcement. The scope of responses acquired through reinforcement is unlimited. With appropriate reinforcement, imitative behavior could be made to occur with a higher frequency than before. Second one, vicarious reinforcement. Bandura and Walters give special emphasis on this type of reinforcement. Consider that a person observes the action of another person who himself is reinforced or punished for his or her actions by a third person. Here the observer of the model also gets reinforced along with the model by merely observing how the latter is getting reinforced in the given situation. In other words, the reinforcement experienced by the model gets transferred to the observer. It enables humans to perform patterns of behavior, quickly avoiding time-consuming trial and error as well as avoiding costly and even fatal mistake. Once symbols are formed and stored in one's memory, they must be converted into appropriate action for modeling to occur. Third one, self-administrated reinforcement. According to Bandura and Walters, self-administered reinforcement also plays a significant role in observational learning. In many situations, the individual set a standard for self-reinforcement. Both children and adolescents tend to adopt standards of self-administered reinforcement, which matches the standards of the models to which they have been exposed. For example, a boy tells, "If I do this math assignment in time, I will treat myself with a cinema." The theory of Bandura has been demonstrated to make powerful predictions and has generated useful applications in a large number of areas of human behavior. Vygotsky's social constructivism. Constructivism, a vast area in contemporary psychology, epistemology, and education, is a broad term used by philosophers, curriculum designers, psychologists, educators, and others. Most people who use the term emphasize the learner's contribution to meaning and learning through both individual and social activity. Constructivist perspectives are grounded in the research of Piaget, Vygotsky, the Gestalt psychologist, as well as the educational philosophy. Vygotsky's social constructivism is a variety of cognitive constructivism that emphasizes the collaborative nature of learning. Vygotsky thought that it was quite impossible to separate learning from its social context. For Vygotsky, learning is not mere assimilation and adaptation, but knowledge is constructed through social experiences. Vygotsky believed that social interaction, cultural tools, and activity shape individual development and learning. Module 4, Social Constructivism of Vygotsky can be explained in the following headings. The first one, knowledge or cognitive structure. Second one, levels of learning and development. Third one, motivation. And the fourth one, instruction. The first one, knowledge or cognitive structure. Vygotsky believed that human cognitive structures are socially constructed. Knowledge construction is not a simple construction. On the other hand, it is co-constructed. Here Vygotsky put special emphasis on language and culture in cognitive development. Culture creates cognition when the adult uses tools and practices them from culture like language, maps, computers, looms or music to steer the child toward goals, the culture values, that is reading, writing, weaving and dance. Language and culture form the framework through which human experience, communicate and understand reality. Language and the conceptual schemes that are transmitted by means of language are essentially social phenomena. Second one, levels of learning and development. Vygotsky distinguishes between two developmental levels, A, the level of actual development and B, the level of potential development. The first one is the level of development that the learner has already reached and is the level at which the learner is capable of solving problems independently at a given time. The level of potential development is a level that the learner is capable of reaching under the guidance of the teachers or by collaborating with peers. According to Vygotsky, at any given point in development, there are certain problems that a child is on the verge of being able to solve. The child does need some structures, clues, reminders, help with remembering details or steps, encouragement to keep trying and so on. Some problems, of course, are beyond the child's capabilities, even if every step is explained clearly. The zone of proximal development or ZPD is the area where the child cannot solve a problem alone but can be successful under adult guidance or in collaboration with a more advanced peer. This is the area when instruction can succeed because real learning is possible. Students should be put in situations where they have to reach to understand, but where support from other students or from the teacher is also available. Sometimes the best teacher is another student who has just figured out the problem because this student is probably operating in the learner's zone of proximal development. Students should be guided by explanations, demonstrations and work with other students, opportunities for cooperative learning. Having a student work with someone who is just a bit better at the activity would also be a good idea. In addition, students should be encouraged to use language to organize their thinking and to talk about what they are trying to accomplish. Dialogue and discussion are important avenues to learning. Third one, motivation. For behaviorists, motivation implies extrinsic motivation, a reaction to reinforcement which is either positive or negative. Cognitive motivation is essentially intrinsic, that is based on the learner's internal drive. Social constructivists see motivation as both intrinsic and extrinsic. As learning is essentially a new phenomenon, learners are partially motivated by rewards provided by the knowledge community. However, as the learner actively constructs knowledge, learning depends to a significant extent also on the learner's internal drive to understand and promote the learning process. Fourth one, instruction. Collaborative learning methods require learners to develop teamwork skills and to approve the fact that individual learning is essentially related to the success of group learning. The optimal size for group learning is 4 or 5 people. Since the average group size is 6 or more, collaborative learning methods often warrants breaking up of larger groups into smaller groups, although discussion sessions also can provide a collaborative learning environment. For instance, in group investigations, students may be split into groups. Then they may be required to choose a topic from a limited area and to work on it with definite goals related to the construction of knowledge. They are then held responsible for presenting their findings to the class. In general, collaborative learning should be seen as a process of peer interaction that is mediated and structured by the teacher. Discussion can be made effective by the presentation of specific concepts and problems. Members can be guided with the help of directed questions. Introduction and clarification of related concepts and information as well as references taken from the existing cognitive structure also will be helpful. Let us summarize the major ideas we have discussed so far. This unit provides a detailed analysis of Bandura's social learning theory and Vygotsky's constructivism. Bandura's theory highlighted the important role played by social experiences to which children are exposed in shaping their behavior style in various domains of life. Vygotsky's social constructivism emphasized the importance of culture and context in understanding what occurs in society and constructing knowledge based on this understanding. You can try to answer the given questions here. First one, what is self-efficacy? The second one, what is motivation according to constructivist? Third one, what is the significance of group activity in Vygotsky's social constructivism? Fourth one, what is Vygotsky's view of instruction? You can refer these books for further reading and understanding. Hilgard, R.E. and Bower, G.H. in the year 1975. Theories of Learning, 4th edition, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Hulse, H.S., Dees, J. and Egg, H. in 1975. The Psychology of Learning, 4th edition, McGraw-Hill. Hope that you have enjoyed the session. We will meet again with another topic. Thank you.